Hello, 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 everybody. How are you doing today? I am doing just fine. As you can tell, there's a new little thing down there. I thought we'd have some fun a little bit. So essentially, if you do a dono and you put hashtag any one of these, you can vote for whoever wins, and then at the very end of it, if anyone participates, it's fine if you don't. Then we will do an AI battle of one of these people winning in the boxing ring, and we get to just decide how they win. I don't know. I thought it was cute and fun. What do I know? But anyway, how is everybody doing today? I'm doing just fine. I was super tired this morning. I didn't get anything done. I was looking around, being like, man, I don't know. Not a lot of. Wait. So let's just say I donated a super chat and I wanted Goku to win this fight. Or you wanted to vote for Goku. So in your super chat, you would do hashtag Goku. That's how that works. And then the little line that says Goku will go up for how many votes. That's how that works. Anyway, so not a lot today. I'm a little behind on the news and everything, but I was able to scramble up some things. I actually wanted to start out with a little bit of a laugh. You guys know how I like to do that. So we will go ahead and move over here. Move over here. There we go. All right, let's take a look here.
Ah, shit! I just got
Goku.
Let's see if it works. Let's see if it worked. Come on. Come on.
Ah, shit!
There it goes.
I just got
Hashtag
triggered.
Jesus.
Wait, it did go up for a second. What happened? Come on, work. Come on, work. Hold on. Let's see if I can.
Ah, shit! I just got
Hashtag
triggered.
Jesus.
Come on. Why is it? It said it would work. Is it because I added the hashtag? Come on, hold on. Let me take a look here. Hold on. Graphical poll. Yeah, that's up. Multiple votes. Donation weighted polling. I bet you it's because I added the hashtag. But I did see the bar move. Like, I swear to God. I thought I saw the bar move. Hold on. Let's see. What if I, no, the poll's enabled. What the hell? Do I need to reset it? Let's see if I can reset it. Come on. Nope. Didn't do shit. All right. Hey, everybody. Sorry. Then I'm just going to calculate it myself. Sorry about that, King of the Monsters. We're going to go ahead. Let me just get a little notepad here. Okay. We got 2 for Goku. No, sorry. No, it counts as 4 because each dollars. Okay. So 4 for, let's see, Goku. No. 2, 4. Wait, no. 4 for Jesus, 2 for Goku. Goku. 4. Jesus. 2. Okay, well, I'm gonna have to fix this and see and see if I can get this to work. Well, Goku 1, Jesus. No. The thing is, it goes by the dollars. That was. Oh, see there. Someone did Hitler. What the? I'm confused. didn't work. All right, then I'm just gonna close it out. But anyway, you know what? I can't close it out because now we have it. God damn it. Well, that didn't go as planned even a little bit. But somehow Hitler got a vote, which is a strange thing to say. Wait. Okay. All right. Oh, thank you, King of the Monsters, for understanding. Me and technical difficulties is just the fucking worst. All right, well, let's, well, for your contribution, either way, let's give you a little something here. Let's see, a little bit more, Smash JT dancing.
That is so fetch.
Gretchen, stop trying to make fetch happen. It's not going to happen.
Oh no, that's an old one that I made a while ago. But thank you so much, King of the Monsters, donating $6 in total, man. Thank you so much. Why you give me Smash? You know my heart belongs. Okay, you want Boo Boo? Okay, you want the Mercante? Okay, we could do the Mercante.
Money, print money, cash, money, well, capitalism, raise a bunch of money, more money, heaps and heaps of money, print money, cash, money, well, capitalism, raise a bunch of money, super chat money.
They're salty as the sea, calling us no code names. SJW screaming, but it's money they blame. Burning with envy, they're falling flat. They can't handle the sound of a super chat.
Okay, there you go. There's your Boo Boo. But first, before we start the stream, we need to address something. It's very important that we address this because I made a promise. I did. As you can see, Tectone is still on my X profile page. And I said on X that once he starts live streaming again, I would have to change it. So the question is, who do I change it to? And I think I have a candidate. I think I do. It's gonna be a temporary one, guys. It's gonna be a temporary. And we're gonna go ahead and put Asmongold as the new one. I don't have anything for him to do yet. You know, maybe he is stuck here until he actually reacts to my Alyssa Mercante video on her dissertation. So, yeah.
Shit! I just got triggered.
Thanks, Mong. Cool face emoji.
Thank you so much, King of the Monsters. Thank you so much. You're amazing. So from here on out, until Asmongold reacts to my dissertation video of Alyssa Mercante, he is going to be stuck on the on my X profile. And if you've never, and if you wonder how I am doing this, use my Chrome extension in the description below. It's called DM Guardian, 14-day free trial for premium usage. Thank you so much. Anyway, let us start with a little bit of a roll back to the 90s. And how familiar it kind of looks today. So, does this remind anyone of anything? Anything? Haven't seen this before? It's almost like they predicted it. Pretty damn close to predicting it, I swear to God. No volume? God damn it, every single goddamn time. So it's on the right, and then I need to boom, and then boom, and then God damn it. Okay, I hit the Chrome. There we go. And And I bet you I'm gonna have to do this for right as well. So we'll start it over. You guys will see this coming.
Listen up, people. I am here, and I want to help. This is our planet. Can I get a hurrah? What, am I invisible? Doesn't anybody care? Listen to me!
You shouldn't use the Lord's name in vain. Well, I'm not a Christian, bud. I'm an American. I used to be Christian, but I will do my best. I will do my best. I cannot promise anything, but I will do my best. Just for you, some random white guy.
I want one with relish.
And I want mine with, mustard.
I want you to stop this insanity. What do you think you're doing?
I'm trying to make a living here.
Again, does this remind you of anything? People trying to get to work. People try, these fucking morons blocking traffic, and all you're trying to do is get through the day. That's all you're trying to do. And then you have people with no jobs. You kind of wonder how they afford their lifestyle. And then this is screaming in your face, and it's completely unnecessary.
And the planet is dying. Listen, I can't get a pulse.
What the hell are you talking about?
There are 50,000 hot dog cows in Kansas alone.
Hot dog cows? Hot dog cows.
So?
So, when those cows break wind, not only is it stinky, but it's cutting a hole in the ozone. Think of those hot dogs.
Remember when that was a talking point? That cow farts are that were a major contributor to whatever they called it, global warming. Now it's climate change, whatever. And now we're just like, shut the fuck up. Just shut up. Go away. Because this is what you look like. That's a Jewish joke because they don't eat pork. Oh, gotcha. That makes more sense.
As 1 cubic foot of cow gas. Bon appetit. That's it. See? We can make a difference.
I'll make a difference in your face if you don't get out of here.
Oh, the truth hurts, doesn't it, Captain Carnivore?
And we've seen a lot of that as well. I love those videos where there's like just a vegan protester and there's just a guy with a burger just ready, just eating it right in front of her face. No hesitation. One of my favorite videos I love watching. It's a guilty pleasure of mine.
Okay, little Ricky, now break the piñata.
No! Parents! Don't do it. Don't teach the children how to kill. This is genocide!
Haven't we heard that word enough nowadays? They used to make fun of this in the 90s. They used to be well, they still are, but they were shunned crazy people. It's like, you have your good intentions, just lower the volume down. We're trying to get to work. I'm trying to get food on the plate for my family. But this was the joke back then. Yes, the 90s. The 90s were absolutely based. What the fuck happened? Well, the internet didn't help, but that's what happens when you communicate bad ideas to the world. Some people listen.
This is a birthday party. Would you get lost?
Smoke screen, so the truth cannot be seen. Listen, kids. First you hit a piñata, next thing you know, you're clubbing baby seals. This is real, children. These are the killing fields.
I've never seen a child actually dressed up in kind of like the African garb that you see, but didn't know that was going on in the 90s. And by the way, look at the diversity of children here. White, black, maybe Arab, Mexican, Asian, black again. So much diversity here, boys.
The piñatas are piling up. Are you with me? To hell with you then.
Hey, man. If you don't get out of here, I will call the police. I'll whip your ass.
You've been eating hamburger, haven't you?
Absolutely.
Where I could just strangle you. Whose is this?
Let me guess. Like, I haven't watched this all the way through, but I'm guessing a pigskin joke is coming just like right around the corner.
Hey, man. Do you know what's in this thing? Air. Of course there's air. Lots of air that we could be breathing. Free the air. Hey, go little airs, go.
Honestly, it's not that far-fetched. To a certain extent, these people in modern day, I know this was the 90s, like it's not that far away. Remember how far away the whole trans thing was? That was just like, oh, every once in a while you saw a cross-dresser, you know? And who cares? You do you, boo-boo. But at some point, I do wonder if there are protesters that don't want airs and balls. If someone can find that for me, I'll be forever grateful. Because if it's real, then the internet is undefeated and will continue to be undefeated.
Go, hurry! Fly away! Fly away! Are you crazy? Give me my ball. Oh, thank you. You're here.
Let's see that walk again.
Thank you. You're here.
It's almost like they knew. Nothing has changed. They're all the men that are on this, they're just feminist, flamboyant, potentially gay men. I could be wrong, but I see a recognition of patterns, guys. I see a recognition of patterns that are going on here.
What seems to be the problem?
The problem is...
Oh, broke for a second.
I'm trying to teach these people how to embrace the planet, and they're not listening. It's insanity. I swear, it just makes me crazy. I wish somebody would just reach out and do something. I'm running out of breath.
Listen, I don't want any trouble. So why don't you just move along?
Does somebody have a camcorder?
Oh my God! It's the same exact fucking shit! Just didn't have cell phones back then. Holy shit, oh my God, this is a time capsule. It was predicting the future. I've never seen art reflect life so hard right now. Did you guys just see that? Holy shit. Look at one more time.
Crazy. I wish somebody would just reach out and do something. I'm running out of breath.
Listen, I don't want any trouble. So why don't you just move along?
Does somebody have a camcorder?
All right, that's enough.
Don't touch me. I'm a vegetarian. Oh!
That is just too good. That is just too fucking good. I'm really glad that I didn't watch all the way through before I streamed. Oh man. That was, you know what, guys? That was beautiful. That was absolutely beautiful. Oh God. Oh God. No way, some random white guy. No fucking way. Hold on, let me check this out. 1 second. Just to make sure you ain't fooling anybody. Okay. Sorry, page not... Oh. I have to copy it a different way. Or was that the joke? Sorry, page not found. Hold on. Oh, I need to pull up... Sorry, I was going off of my... There it is. Copy link. Okay, this one might work. What the? Yes. Go to site. What are you? Okay. Yep. Okay, it is real. Sorry. Just is real. It is real. Sorry. Okay. We're gonna take a look into this real quick. All right. So some random white guy pulled this up because I asked there. What the? Okay, don't know why that turned on. Okay, so apparently it is real. Protesters interrupt NFL's Bills-Rams season opener with pink smoke bombs. Okay. All right, we're gonna see if this is real. So this is back in 2022. So if this has to do with airs and balls, you're gonna make my day. The NFL season opener between the Buffalo Bills and Los Angeles Rams saw some unexpected color when a pair of protesters invaded the field with what appeared to be pink smoke bombs. The incident occurred midway through the fourth quarter of a Bills blowout on Thursday night in Inglewood, California. Fans at home saw only a single smoke bomb in the end zone, while the SoFi Stadium crowd saw a pair run around until security ran them down. It usually happens with protesters and other field invaders. The two were swiftly carried away. Okay, let's see what's going on. Oh, I forgot to... Shit, sorry, guys. Okay. I never hope that shit like this happens. I don't. But when they do, there is a part of me that is kind of glad. They get to see the lunacy of protesters. I remember when protesting was just on the sidewalk with signs. You ain't hurting anybody. You ain't interfering with anything. You are just having your voice heard. And then there's dumb shit people like this. Just, hey, everyone's having a good time. Let's ruin it, because that's the only thing people will come away with. It's okay, it's kind of like in like, I bet you there's like a movie you guys know where majority of the movie is crap, right? But then it had a for some reason out of nowhere, like third act, the ending was fucking amazing for some reason. Doesn't completely absolve the film of being bad, but it's like that's like your last impression. Because even with good movies, if it has a bad ending, but the rest of it was good, everyone remembers the bad ending. So maybe I'm not explaining it very well, but there's this part of me that says, I don't want you to keep doing it. But if you do it, if you continue being a lunatic and interrupting people's good time, interrupting people's just everyday lives, you're leaving them with a bad taste in their mouths, and they will see you as even more crazy than you initially wanted to present yourself as. Is that it? Okay. All right. And of course, hold on. Let me change sides here. Of course, the whammon. 2 women with pink flares just ran out on the field. SoFi Stadium. Security took them down hard. Ah, man. Of course it was women. Of course it was women. White lady? I'm seeing short-haired white lady. That's one. Yep. Yep. Short-haired white lady. There is a profile, guys. There is a profile. Okay, let's see here. While playing this out, the activist group Direct Action Everywhere, never heard of them, claimed responsibility for the protests and identified the 2 women as Amek Echo and Keisha Shakar. Shakray? I don't care. The pair wore shirts that appeared to read righttorescue.com, a website that claims to be raising awareness for whistleblowers facing prison time for exposing factory farm abuse. Okay. Not particularly what I was looking for, some random white guy. Let's see here. Is there anything about air? Like that's what I was kind of going with, but it doesn't look like it. Still, it was nice to see some protesters be carried away because I think that's hilarious. All right, let's see here. Let's see. Da, 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 da. All right. That's just a quick one. Oh, okay. All right. I kind of missed that from you. My bad. My bad. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, let's see. What's another funny one here? Well, this is from the account Why Women Get L's, and I have no idea what this girl's handle is, but let's see here. Yeah, I don't know what this girl's handle is, but sometimes you must go through tragedy in order to be based.
I am bisexual. I used to date women and I date men. And the reason I say I used to date women is because of the incident of 2021. And now I no longer date women. Every single woman who dates other women will have an incident of whatever year because women are fucking evil.
I just want to say that she said it, not me. She said it, not me. Okay? Now, will I go as far as being evil? No. I would say, and just to be generous to the other sex, I think their actions have more evil intent when they want to hurt you.
Okay, and I know that's not a popular take to say, but like I've said before, and I'll say it again, women can be evil bitches.
Absolutely true. Absolutely true. Okay. Actually, I got a story here. This isn't about a woman being evil. It's me like quickly realizing what I stepped into. So, during the pandemic, I was in Montana and yeah, I was there. And I ended up hooking up with this chick. We ended up dating for a little while and she'd stayed over at my hotel. And we were about to move hotels and her and I kind of broke things off. And we realized that there was needles on the side of the bed where she was sleeping. Girl was straight up shooting up shit while laying next to me. I'm not even joking. That really happened.
Okay, when a man breaks my heart, I know it's not on purpose. When a woman breaks my heart, I know she meant to do that shit, and it's gonna hurt 10 times worse because she means it to hurt. Yeah. I don't date women anymore for a fucking reason, people. And that reason is bitches be crazy.
The world is healing, ladies and gentlemen. The world is healing. And hey, nothing wrong with another goth mommy around, am I right? All right, let's see here. Da, 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 da. Okay, how is everyone doing? Well, Hitler is still technically winning, even though this whole thing is completely broken. It just didn't work. But yes, well, we're gonna. If you're just joining the stream, essentially the idea is whoever wins the dono poll. So vote with your dollar who you want to win, and then at the very end of it, we'll use Grok AI to create a simulation where they're all in a boxing ring, and we get to choose how they are able to defeat one another. Anyway, I just wanted to get into that. Okay, I thought it was funny. All right, let's see here. This guy summed up society's failure in one short video. Well done, sir. All right, let's take a look. Yes. Yes. Repeal the 19th, anyone? Repeal the 19th? Just saying, It's called an amendment for a reason. I mean, we could take it away at any time. Like, majority of Congress are men, right? We could do this tomorrow. It'd be pretty fucking awesome. I'm just saying. I have no idea what the Kali Yuga is, but it does sound quite scary. It does sound quite scary in my mind. Let's see. Why do I have this twice? Okay, breaking news, and it's a political earthquake. This is from Scott Jennings. Two of the most powerful medical institutions in the United States just blew up one of the left's most protected sacred cows at the same time. All right, let's see what Scott has to say. No. Hold on, guys. Get out of here. Get out of here. Man, I mean, it's been around for years. Who could have thought? Who could have who could have thought that I thought trans was just common sense. Oh my god, I guess we got to take the drugs away. Damn. Man. Maybe not the best idea in the world.
And these surgeries should generally be deferred to adulthood. That's not conservative media. That's not Republicans. That's not Donald Trump making a social media post. That is the medical establishment finally backing away.
It doesn't matter. It straight up doesn't matter. Because they won't listen. They won't listen to the institutions that are reporting the obvious, what we've already known. They won't listen just because Scott Jennings is reporting it. That's the only reason they're not going to listen. They will find any means necessary to continue the atrocities against children that we have done in the Western world. And he calls it sacred cow. It absolutely is. It absolutely is. Let's take their sacred cow, chop it into pieces, flush it down the toilet for it never to be seen again.
The plastic surgeons, 11,000 of them, now warn
11,000
that chest, genital, and facial surgeries for minors are irreversible and unsupported by solid long-term evidence. And the AMA, for the first time, is saying out loud what trans cult activists spent years trying to suppress, that we don't actually know if any of this helps kids, and we shouldn't be mutilating them while we figure it out. This is a total collapse of a narrative. Now, the AMA is enormous. The AMA, the American Medical Association.
Okay, we got the AMA. What about the American Psychological Association? That's because those people, they're the ones that need to fucking come out and apologize. They're the ones who definitely have been peddling this shit. And it's fucking sad.
Was among the leading groups opposing laws trying to restrict gender-affirming surgeries for minors just a few years ago. And the media would regularly cite the AMA to create an impression of expert consensus on this issue.
Yep.
The current shift isn't based on any significant change in the data available. The data really has always been non-existent. This all speaks volumes about how previous recommendations that ruined countless lives were based on politics instead of sound science.
You didn't need sound like science. A brain, a regular brain, a common sense brain. That's all you needed. And I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Gender is the only birthright that you ever get. It's the only one you ever get. Doesn't matter if you're rich or poor, what race you are, where you were born, where your spawn point was. Your gender is literally the only thing that is a birthright. Which comes with responsibilities and pride in those responsibilities if you're, willing to take up the mantle of it, or if you're an insane person that wants to chop off your dick.
And here's the truth that they will not say on cable news. Well, nobody will say it but me. This breaking news does not happen unless Donald Trump wins the election in 2024. It simply does not.
He's not wrong. Can you imagine if Tampon Tim and Kamala Drinks-A-Lot Harris won? None of this would have happened. Like, I understand when people say, like, okay, the Epstein files, yeah, good point. That rollout was just fucking awful. And yeah, and me personally, there are a few things I still have concerns with. Like, I still have concerns with Venezuela. I do. Hopefully that works out, but I'm concerned. There's a few other things I'm like, yeah, you could have said it differently, but that's Trump. But how much shit has been done in the last year? USAID is gone. A whole governmental department is gone. Board of what's it called? The Education Department? It's basically been punched down to smithereens. And no one's complaining about that now because no one can see the fucking difference. It's like, oh, did we actually need a Department of Education? Seems like everyone's doing just fine without it. The countless of money that's been saved when Doge was in full operation. And especially with everything that's coming out of Minnesota and Tampon Tim and him clearly either being a useful idiot or potentially participating in fraud, a lot has been fucking done. And I think one of the reasons why people think that it doesn't feel like a lot has been done is because once you put bad policies in, and if you go, we went 16, 17 years of laws just being ignored, common sense just being non-existent in our politicians, the brainwashing through the media that's been going on, through our TV, through people being kicked on Twitter at the time, YouTube. People aren't allowed to be able to speak out about this shit. It's going to take a long time for shit to get normal. And unfortunately, for the ones that haven't been following the law, who have lost their minds, the blue-haired lefty lunatic white women, I'm sorry. No, I'm not sorry. Arrest them. When they do stupid shit, arrest them. You want to know what helps the world? Getting crazy people off the streets. Who would have thought?
For years, American medicine was hijacked by insane political ideology. Doctors were told to mutilate first and ask questions, well, never. Raise concerns and lose your license. You get ostracized from your peer group. Ask for evidence. You get labeled a bigot.
And this goes back to Like, one thing to point out is that the the radical lefty Looney Tunes, this, because it's not just empathy. I mean, it's based on empathy, but like, how many times, like, diversity, equity, and inclusion? It's the inclusion of things. Yeah, you know what? You're not PDF files. You're maps. You're just minor attracted persons. Like, this is such a, like, an overly motherly, like, acceptance of horrible things. Like, yeah, nothing crazy, right, Proctophile? It, like, if you see a kid and they're and they hit another kid on the playground, right? You know what's normal parent shit, normal mother shit. You go to the playground and say if it's your kid that hit the other kid, you remove them from such a situation, you give them a talking down to. Hey, they might get a spanking, depending on what kind of parent you are. I ain't judging anything. Sometimes I feel like, hey, bring back the belt. But still, there's a little bit of forgiveness there. They're a kid. And I think a lot of this lunacy is just kind of that, except on a whole other scale. You murdered a few people. Hey, don't do that again. Here's a little timeout, but now go do it again. But we're gonna release you out into the wild. I think, and I hate to say it this way, but to a certain extent, motherly instincts are kind of in the mix of all this. No, 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 no. Don't yeah, don't punish him. He's okay. He just did a bad thing one time. I don't know. That's kind of what I think. That's kind of what I think. There's no balancing act. So here we are saying, no, do not apply what you apply to children to grown ass adults. Grown ass adults need to take accountability. They need to go to jail. Are there exceptions to the rule? Absolutely. Absolutely. The problem is that we're giving them a little too many exceptions. Dependent on your race, your sexual orientation, whether you were a legal immigrant or not. Oh, did you know they had to interact with coyotes from Mexico in order to get here? Yeah, they shouldn't have done that in the first place. Send them back. I don't care. Anyway,
this wasn't science, it was intimidation. Trump's victory in 2024 didn't mandate outcomes. It simply ended the reign of fear. It signaled to institutions that, hey, you can speak the truth again. Come out from the shadows. There's nothing to fear anymore from the government that would have previously punished you into oblivion for simply telling the truth. Institutions now know you can follow the data again, and you won't be destroyed for telling the truth. Once that happened, once Trump came back into office and set the agenda on telling the truth, the dam finally burst. Both the AMA and the plastic surgeons now cite systematic reviews, including the Cass review in the United Kingdom.
If you don't know what the Cass review is, I forget, but Dr. Cass, she was one that went over like all the data in regards to what was happening at Tavistock. What's it called? God, what's that trans organization called? That's fucking evil. That just makes up data as they go. Oh, God, I forget what it's called. There's been so much news in the last year. I can't remember everything, but anyway, it's essentially a big nonprofit for trans people and studies and all that shit. Anyway, she went through the data and was like, "There's no conclusive evidence here." She was trying to be nice about it, but she still said, "No. It wasn't that. It was WPATH. WPATH. I believe that's what it is. Hold on, let me WPATH. Yes, the World Professional Association for Transgender Health. Yeah, she went through all their data and essentially was like, I don't know what you guys think. This seems to be doing more harm than good on children. When we never really needed this, ever.
Which found the evidence for puberty blockers and hormones in minors to be, quote, remarkably weak. Let me translate for you here. The emperor has no clothes. Now, the left's response to all of this has been frantic. They say, oh, nothing's changed. They say, this is consistent with past guidance. That is a lie. When the AMA says the evidence is insufficient and surgeries should generally wait until adulthood, the Overton window didn't just move a few inches. It moved violently.
The thing is, in the last week, the first kid, at the time, I think they were 16 or something like that, who went through the surgeries and everything and was able to sue them for $2 million. I think now they're like 23 now, but a psychologist and a surgeon essentially egged them on to cut their breasts off and transition into a boy. Yeah. $2 million. Honestly, in my mind, that's not even close to enough money. But that's only civil court. I want to see these people in criminal court. I want to see these people in fucking prison for the rest of their goddamn lives and hope to God that they drop the soap. And then after their life sentence, they get buried under the prison. They don't deserve a tombstone.
This isn't a ban. This isn't hate. This is medicine. Rediscovering first the rule that they all are supposed to follow. Do no harm. And make no mistake, this moment exposes the scam. They told parents this was settled science. They told America there was consensus, and they smeared anyone who dissented. And now the institutions admit we were experimenting on children. On children. When they write the history of this era on this topic, some folks are going to be remembered, well, less than fondly. Let's put it that way. What they did to children was unconscionable. And you know what? A lot of parents went along with it. So remember this moment when the lie finally cracked, not because activists surrendered, but because reality finally fought back. The revolution of common sense strikes again, folks. But it's not over. Do you know what comes next? Accountability. My view, prosecute and punish the monsters who did this to kids in the first place.
Absolutely.
Michigan Congressman and candidate for governor John James is with us when we come back. We'll take a break. Don't miss all of the news here on The Scott Jennings Show.
Yeah. Absolutely. Okay. You know what? Let's get back here real quick. Okay. Let's see. I kind of missed some of your guys' chats here. I certainly take a lot of pride in the strengths I was born with and self-control. I exercise to use it responsibly. Exactly. Like, just understanding basic reality is step one. And the thing is, like, it used to be a very prideful thing to be, and it wasn't out of, like, narcissism, but there used to be pride in being a dude. Like, the responsibility that was given. But the thing is, it's hard to direct that responsibility when a father isn't in the home. I mean, I still have a lot of growing to do because I'm on stepdad number 4. And in between those times, like, I had a single mom more than I had a married one. Right? So it's like, I don't know what to do with this energy. Mom, what do you think? And guys, I love my mom. But women give bad advice for men. Especially mothers. Because you know what she told me to do? Like, how do I get girls to like you? She's like, oh, be nice to them. And I never thought for a sec, I never, like, realized, like, I need to look at your dating history because you seem to, like, I didn't even think about that. Like, her actions contradicted herself. So I focus on actions more than I do what women say. That is absolutely what I think. Proctophile coming in again says, yes, absolutely. Bring the belt. Bring back the belt for when it's needed. It unironically did me a lot of good. Yep. I mean, is it possible to parent without using the belt? Absolutely it is. But the thing is, every child is different. And one of the reasons, like, I would like to say why spanking is effective is because if there is a bad behavior, and if you and you need to address it, if you associate that bad behavior with a little bit of pain, then it strengthens you a little more. Because, like, I've seen parents that do like the lightest spanking in the world, like it's, like that. Kid just cries like a motherfucker. So sometimes it's not even the pain, it's just the pure embarrassment that the child receives. Like, you don't have to like wail on your kid or anything like that, but you have to make a point. You know what I mean? And by the way, it is possible. As someone that used to be a daycare teacher, I have seen it. I have. But anyway, do you guys remember the ShamWow guy? I remember the ShamWow guy. Real quick, Proctofile, slightly disagree. I learned basically everything I know about ladies from lesbian friends. We used to go out and just to see who could pick up the most chicks. Hey, there's a difference, though. There's a difference. I do see your point. But thing is, that was you as an adult, right? Not your mom telling you what she thinks women want. Very big difference. She just told me to be nice, and I basically just catered to women, and they walked all over me. But yes, but I understand your slight disagreement there, but we gotta make the distinction. The difference between getting advice from women your own age or as a fellow adultee and getting it from your mom ever since you were like 5 years old. So just want to say. But anyway, the ShamWow guy, believe it or not, he is running for office. ShamWow Shlomi, vote for me. ShamWow Shlomi in Texas, District 31, February 17th, March 3rd. My slogan is simple. Make America grow some cojones again. Go to my website. All right, let's...
me for Congress.
Hey, it's Vince. I'm running for Congress against this guy. Stop having a politician that's worse than Biden.
That's discretionary funding.
Instead, vote for me, a guy who's not half dead. I'm gonna soak up the swamp, clean the house, and pick up those liberal tears at the same time. I'm gonna slap chop the nuts out of the woke, making less blue-haired commies and more red-blooded Americans. Vote for me so I can represent you and the ones that can't stand up for themselves.
Vote for ShamWow!
Paid for by offer Vince ShamWow Shlomi for Congress.
So if you don't remember the ShamWow guy, he had a product that did not work so well. There was essentially he sold a rag that was magic, right? I don't know if he was the inventor and the spokesperson. I'm assuming both, just because he's able to use the name a bit. But I need to address something, because the ShamWow guy, his real name is Vince Offer. All right. And he got a little famous because the infomercial, he was famous for the infomercials and everything like that. But hold on, let's get there. Legal issues. And he was, so this one, not very well known by people, but this was the one that really kind of took off. On February 7th, 2009, Offer and a 26-year-old lady of the night were both arrested at the Satai Hotel in Miami Beach, Florida, after a physical altercation. The police report stated that the woman had bitten onto Offer's tongue and refused to let go, at which point Offer punched her in the face and left her with lacerations and fractures. Police later released photos of the bloodied Offer. I want to know how he was bloodied, but, I don't know. Offer, hotel room, and the battered woman. Prosecutors later declined to file former charges against either person so essentially nothing happened from it. So interesting. When Offer later spoke of the arrest, he stated it probably saved his life. Because there were so many different stories about him going around, like how he was a big like drug addict, was like doing cocaine and cocaine accessories. and partying out throughout the United States on his little ShamWow tours and stuff like that. So how he's gone from that to running for Congress. I'm not in Texas. I can't vote in Texas. But I will say, maybe a coke addict is better than someone who is half dead.
For that's discretionary funding.
Instead, vote.
Yeah, that's no good. That's no good. And of course, I brought this up. I forgot exactly why. But Jake Monroe definitely going viral recently for having bass. He's a goth with bass takes, trying to bring back the goth's lifestyle, the goth name, and what was initially what it initially represented in the goth culture. But he has he is not afraid, as you can see by the title. He's not afraid to make a few people mad.
Let's see if we can find any other girls that are flaunting their last boyfriend's interests for content. Oh man, people got super mad about that. And I've seen comments about people saying like, well, he probably got his makeup from his ex-girlfriend. Two things. No, I found a girlfriend in college 17 years ago because I was already wearing makeup that I figured out by myself that I was inspired to do by men, actually.
Have I worn makeup? Yes. Yes, I have. Not only that. So, I think I might have already said this before, but I was a theater major in college, and I also did a bunch of community productions as well. But I was in a show called La Cage aux Folles, and if you don't know what that musical is, it's what the Birdcage is based off of. If you've never seen the Birdcage, it was it starred Nathan Lane and Robin Williams. Essentially, is about a gay couple who ran like a burlesque kind of like cross-dressing show. A lot of gay men are in it. Good fucking movie. It's great. It's fantastic. And I had to wear dresses, wigs. I had to do my own makeup. Yeah, I had to do all that stuff. I had to dance in 5-inch heels. There are photos back there. There's photos that exist of me doing this. I had a tutu at one point while wearing combat boots. I played the German dominatrix Hannah, and I got to learn how to use a bullwhip. I don't know why they just gave me a bullwhip, taught me how to use it. Can't tell you how many times I almost probably snapped my eye out, but yeah, it was a fun show. But the thing is, like, there's context like around it. I don't ever want to wear, chick clothes or makeup on a daily basis in public. I'm not interested in that. If I'm in a show, I'm basically a hired person to do a thing, and I need to kind of do what the director says, especially if it goes along with the clip. By the way, like, and I've already, like, for guys, like, majority of the time for guys in theater, makeup's pretty easy. You just put a little foundation on, maybe a little bit of eyeliner, and you're fine. Man, when I had to do, like, actual, like, try to look like a woman makeup for the first time, it was a little difficult at first. It took me a solid, like, 2 weeks for me to get it down. But thankfully, I got it down before we opened. But yeah, like, dudes wearing makeup, yeah, you look kind of weird. But the thing is, if you're gonna be standing out, then yeah, you're gonna look kind of weird. That's kind of what standing out is. So I have no problem with, like, dudes wearing makeup. Just don't tell the children to do so if they don't want to. don't push your ideologies onto them.
These ones specifically. Secondly, if I had gotten makeup from my ex-girlfriend, I would already said that's not a bad thing. And I would have been like, yeah, I did. Thirdly, that would also prove me right, since I would have developed a feminine trait that I use to get more women, same as developing typically masculine interests, are quite good at catching a very specific type of man. But that's okay, I won't get too deep into this. I know you guys really do struggle to keep up with what I'm saying. Let's see if we can...
$5,600.
Okay. Yeah. Anyway, nothing wrong with wearing makeup. So, it looks like that there was a press briefing. And at least according to Matt Morse, it was a pretty big one. So, I'm kind of interested what she has to say today. Oh, come on. Don't do this to me now.
Wow. We have a very packed room here today. Thank you all so much for showing up and for joining. I apologize for the delay. The president and I were watching the press conference about the search for Savannah Guthrie's mother, which is just a heartbreaking situation.
I don't know anything about that, but I did pull up a video of an update for it that we will see later, okay?
The president, as you all know, spoke directly with Savannah yesterday and told her that the federal government is here to help. Any requests that are made by state and local officials in the search of Miss Guthrie will absolutely be accommodated. I spoke with the FBI directly about that today as well. And our hearts and our prayers are with Savannah and her entire family as they search for her dear mother.
So, as far as I know, Savannah Guthrie is like a news personality person, I believe, or someone in the media. And apparently her mother, her elderly mother, was kidnapped, and there's like a whole ransom thing going on. So I don't know a lot about that, but hopefully in an upcoming video we're going to react to, we'll find out some more details along with the update.
I also have a quick scheduling announcement for all of you. Tonight at 7 p.m. during prime time, President Trump, Dr. Oz, and National Design Studio Director Joe Gebbia will officially unveil Trump RX, a state-of-the-art website for American consumers to purchase low-cost prescription drugs. This historic announcement will save millions of Americans their hard-earned money, so make sure to tune in tonight, and we will see all of you in the news media there. President Trump promised to restore law and order to the United States of America, and newly released data proves he is delivering overwhelmingly on this promise. A study from the Council on Criminal Justice shows that the murder rate across America's largest cities plummeted in 2025 to its lowest level since at least 1900.
I wonder why that is. I'm just a little curious. How come the murder rate's plummeting? I don't know. Maybe potentially people are actually getting arrested and or deported, deported, potentially. But I don't know. I don't know, guys. I'm just a humble YouTuber, everybody. I'm just a humble reacting YouTuber here. But I don't know this thing if you take bad people off the streets, like the rates go down. The bad stuff, doesn't happen as often. I don't know about that because I'm just your country YouTuber.
Again, let me repeat, to put this in perspective, this marks the largest single-year drop in murders in recorded history. This dramatic decline is what happens when a president secures the border, fully mobilizes federal law enforcement to arrest violent criminals, and aggressively deports the worst of the worst illegal aliens from our country. The numbers don't lie. Under President Trump in 2025, the FBI increased violent crime arrests by 100% compared to the prior year. The FBI also conducted more than 67,000 arrests from Inauguration Day 2025 to January 20th, 2026, which is 197% more arrests than the same period previously. The FBI also disrupted 1,800 gangs and criminal enterprises, a 210% increase from the year prior. The FBI has arrested 1,700 child predators and more than 300 human traffickers across the country.
And they wonder why the rate's going down. But, it's a complete mystery, guys. Complete mystery. Why is the murder rate going down? You know what? I think I know why. It's because of all the protesters. That's why they're storming the streets. So, everyone's watching. All the predators don't know what to do. There's so many people on the streets. They get afraid and they don't do the crime anymore. Who would? Yeah, that's probably why. Probably why. God, I'm so stupid.
Since President Trump took office, 6 of the FBI's top 10 most wanted fugitives have been captured. Right here in our nation's capital, where you all...
6 out of 10? In less than a year? Jesus.
Live, so you know it well, whether you choose to report it or not. The president's efforts to make D.C. safe and beautiful have worked. As of last week, DC homicides were down 62%. Motor vehicle theft down 53%. And 2025 had the fewest violent gun crimes of any year of available data in our nation's capital.
Let's see. Do I support Trump's policy? Which one? I would say for a majority of his policies, I would say, yeah, I would support all of them. Would I consider myself a conservative? No. Would I consider myself a liberal? No. Because it's not left, it's not right, and because it's what's reasonable. And there's been a lot of unreasonable things going on here in the United States and in the Western world in general. And let's get back to reasonability, get the blue-haired crazies off the street, maybe take out their nose rings, because for some reason it seems to develop some sort of psychopathy every time a woman puts one on. Yeah, so far so good. So far so good.
For more proof that these tough on crime efforts are working, look at the president's Make Memphis Safe Again campaign. As of last week, there have been nearly 5,600 arrests made, and aggravated assaults are down 53%. Sexual assaults are down 53%, and robberies are down 70%. Again, that's just in the city of Memphis. 5,600 arrests have taken place because of this president and his Homeland Security Task Force that has surged into Memphis at the request of both the governor and the mayor in that city. A Democrat mayor, I will add. These are the results that can happen when Democrats and Republicans, when the federal government and state and local officials work together. And that's what Trump wants to see to improve public safety across our country.
It's weird what happens when you arrest criminals. Isn't that crazy, guys? Isn't that crazy? It's like if you just follow the laws that were already there. Crazy stuff happens. Okay. That, like, once we get all the murder stuff out of the way, like all the majority of the criminals, they're like deported or they're in prison and all that stuff, hopefully becoming better members of society. Then we need to tackle the homeless shit, because that's getting insane too.
Have a leader like President Trump who empowers good cops to be cops and to arrest bad criminals, American communities will become safer. Many of the media outlets in this room have expressed shock and confusion at these remarkable statistics. The New York Times declared that, quote, no one knows for sure what's behind the staggering drop in the murder rate. The reason is very clear.
I kind of want to take a look at this article, because I have a feeling it's either that they're removed to a certain extent of like, no, they have TDS so bad that they're not even thinking that Trump has anything to do with it, or ICE or officers actually having some more of their powers back and authority back in order to actually get people off the street, or they're just dumb. Or actually, I'll give them a little bit of thing. Maybe just cognitive dissonance. Who would have thought? Who would have thought?
Here, it is President Trump's leadership and his unwavering commitment to law and order. The drop in crime is more proof that all that is required to improve public safety on our streets is a leader with the will to do what is necessary to protect law-abiding American citizens. The terror and chaos that was unleashed under Democrat rule is a choice. It's a choice to put violent criminals ahead of innocent Americans, a choice to force us all to live in fear because of soft on crime, liberal politicians, prosecutors, and judges who lack the basic willingness to do their jobs and put dangerous people behind bars. On November 5th, 2024, the American people made a resounding choice that they've had enough of that, and that's precisely why they reelected President Trump. So even as Democrats and the liberal media are engaged in hysteria.
Here's the one thing, and between her, Kash Patel, Pam Bondi, and this is just being really nitpicky here. Like, look, I get it. You're loyal to Trump, you like what he's doing. But kind of the fluffery, it's a little much. That's all I'm saying. It's a little much. This wouldn't happen without Trump. Yes, you're right, but I get it. Can we just stick to what's working rather than stroking Trump's ego? Because I've been hearing it all fucking year. It's like, okay, yeah, good things are happening. Just say the good things. Not the whole, this wouldn't have happened without Trump and da 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 and the last da, 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 da. It's like, okay, we're kind of beating a dead horse to a certain extent. Just continue doing well and report to us. Like the fluffery is getting a little much. Just a nitpick. It's just a nitpick.
About this administration arresting and deporting violent, criminal, illegal aliens, the undeniable truth is that deporting these individuals is one of the primary reasons why America's streets are safer today than they were 1 year ago when President Trump assumed office. Former President Biden and the Democrats left our borders wide open, and President Trump and the brave men and women of ICE are removing these dangerous criminals. So here are just a few recent examples. Number one, a Venezuelan national and active Tren de Aragua gang member with a rap sheet including homicide, assault, child cruelty, domestic violence, and property damage.
I have no idea what the similarities are. None whatsoever. I have a feeling that we're going to see some interesting last names here. But if correlation equals, but the correlation doesn't equal causation, guys. It doesn't, you can't just rely on that, right? God damn, I'm such an asshole.
This is an individual I can assure you not a single one of you in this room would want in your neighborhood, whether you admit it or not. He entered the U.S. in 2022, and he was released into our country by the Biden administration. He is no longer here, thanks to President Trump. An El Salvadorian national and known MS-13 associate, previously convicted of homicide, conspiracy to commit homicide, and kidnapping, arrested for arson, battery, armed carjacking, and assault. He entered illegally in 2016, was released by the Obama administration, and ICE just arrested him on January 8th, 2026. This example shows you how many criminal illegal aliens have been roaming American streets freely because of a lack of attention to this matter from the previous administration, and President Trump is cleaning up their mess. A Cuban national and blood gangs member convicted of multiple homicides.
I think he looks like a nice guy, guys. I think, if I had a daughter, I think he could. I think she should trust him.
In robbery. ICE arrested him on October 27th and removed him on January 6th, 2026. Arresting and deporting these types of illegal criminals is precisely what the American people voted for. And despite desperate recent attempts by Democrats and those in the media to undermine the president's deportation agenda, these efforts are failing. Brand new Harvard-Harris polling shows overwhelming support for President Trump's efforts to protect law-abiding citizens from criminal illegal aliens. Nearly 8 in 10 Americans say criminal illegal aliens should be deported. A solid majority also support deporting all illegal aliens, regardless of additional crimes. And more than 2 in 3 Americans back the Trump administration's common sense requirement that state and local officials cooperate with federal authorities and work to hand over criminal illegal aliens in local jails for swift deportation.
Yeah. Get them out. I really don't give a shit. I don't care anymore. They had me care in high school. They had me care in college. And throughout my 20s, they had me care. But no, a little bit of a dose of reality hit. And now I'm like, oh, man, I've been propagandized for like the last 20 years. No, wait, I was being lied to for 20 years? Dude, if you want to make someone angry, lie to them for 20 years. Because they're not going to believe a word that you say. MSNBC, or I guess MSN now. I don't even trust the Daily Show anymore. They used to make fun of everyone. Yeah, they definitely like kind of hard hit on Republicans, more so than not. But it just continuously just got meaner and worse, and then the twisting of words and the empathizing on criminals and our justice system. It's like, yeah, there's problems. There isn't that much problems. Okay? If anything, you created the problem. We are fixing the problem.
Finally, to prevent another invasion of millions of illegal aliens from happening again, President Trump and Secretary Noem delivered the most secure border in American history. 0 illegal aliens were released into our homeland over the past 9 months. This is a truly remarkable achievement. Again, 0 illegal aliens released into the country in 9 months. This is staggering, and it deserves...
Hold on, I kind of missed that.
Finally, to prevent another invasion of millions of illegal aliens from happening again, President Trump and Secretary Noem delivered the most secure border in American history. 0 illegal aliens were released into our homeland over the past 9 months. This is a truly remarkable achievement. Again, 0 illegal aliens released into the country in 9 months. This is...
That's very interesting. She's saying 0 released into the country. So are you including people that cross the border and you didn't know about it? I mean, I believe that the border is more secure than it ever has been, especially in the last 20 years. But when you use like released, I'm assuming like someone went over the border, they got arrested, and then was released to public, and then they to the American public, and then they had to go back in order to visit their immigration status and all that. I love how it's like, no, you got caught, no, get out, go, bye, do it the right way next time, thank you. Actually, you want to know what would be a really good policy? I don't know if this is already the case, that if you attempted to cross the border illegally, then you lose your right. No, you lose the opportunity to ask for asylum and to get citizenship. 2 in 1 blow. That's a massive incentive. If you even attempt to do so, then you can never come in here again. Or maybe, okay, maybe that's a little too harsh. Actually, no. Okay, it's not too harsh. But I would accept 10 years. If you try to attempt to cross our border illegally, you can't even apply for anything for 10 years. You want to know how detrimental that'd be to that person? That means not only do they have to wait for 10 years, then they have to wait even more years to either apply for asylum or get a visa or like no ifs, ands, or buts. After 10, you have 10. If you try to get across our border illegally, no. And we're going to make that very clear. If that policy exists, I really want to know. Maybe I'll look it up later.
Is staggering, and it deserves more attention from all of you. Overall, Customs and Border Protection recorded the lowest total encounters in agency history. Daily encounters have fallen by 95%, averaging just 250 apprehensions at the southern border a day. This is compared to over 5,100 daily apprehensions during the Biden years. It's a night and day difference because we finally have a president who enforces the law and lets our law enforcement do their noble jobs of protecting our homeland. When President Trump campaigned on making America safe again, this is exactly what he meant, and the numbers and the results speak for themselves. With that, I will open it up to questions today. We're going to start with Daniel Baldwin from One America News, who is here religiously covering the White House beat every day, so it's good to see you in a chair instead of standing up. Today, Daniel, thanks for being here, and why don't you kick us off?
Thank you, Caroline. It's an honor and privilege to represent One American News in the new media seat. First question on the DHS funding bill. Funding runs out in the better part of 8 days or so. Democrats, at least verbally, are very dug in. What does the White House believe their end goal is when it comes to this funding fight, when it comes to immigration policy at large? What is their end goal when they're dug in a position like this at this point in time?
Well, the president has 2 end goals. One is to obviously keep the government funded and open, and that includes the Department of Homeland Security, which does not just touch upon ICE and Border Patrol, but also FEMA, the United States Coast Guard, the United States Secret Service. These are brave public servants who work to protect our homeland. The president wants these individuals to get paid. Secondly, when it comes to any discussions about immigration policy, the president is never going to waver in his commitment to allow immigration enforcement efforts in this country and to support ICE and Border Patrol and the deportation of illegal alien criminals. I know Senator Schumer and Leader Jeffries sent over a very long list of demands, some of which the administration is willing to discuss. Others don't seem like they are grounded in any common sense, and they are non-starters for this administration. But we're not going to negotiate policy from the podium. I'm going to allow the president to do that, and any final decisions that are made will be made ultimately by him. But rest assured, he is never going to allow law enforcement in the jobs that they do, the important jobs that they do, to be undermined.
And secondly, Caroline, the Department of Homeland Security put out a tweet about a part of an hour ago alleging that an illegal alien was involved in a major car wreck in Indiana, killing 4 people, and they allege that the suspect in question came in under the CBP-1 app under the Biden administration and received a commercial driver's license from the state of Pennsylvania.
Stop giving illegal aliens driver's licenses. I swear, oh my God. I'm sorry. I do not understand how a state government how any state government think that that's okay. We really need to federalize that you cannot give illegal immigrants. Oh wait, this is not an illegal immigrant. Sorry, that's my bad. The CB1 visa or something like that. Like, actually, wait, hold on. Hold on. Let me think. Okay. Like, for example, if I went to another country like England, let's just say, I don't want to go there anymore, but let's just say I go there and I have my driver's license here in America and I want to be able to drive in here, and then I get a visa to go there and work or stay there or whatever, right? I get a visa. I would like to have the opportunity to drive. But and maybe this is just me, but it seems like there's a lot of pattern recognition of people who spent their life not driving here in the United States, not driving in the UK, that get in these big car accidents, these big semi truck accidents. We really need to stop doing this, or because it's different. It's not like you're a kid, you're 16 years old, or no, 15 years old. You get your permit. You're, you've been, at least riding in the passenger seat for 15 years. You understand the rules of the road. Just by watching your dad or your mom drive or any other adult, and then they train you for a year with supervision, and then you can get your license after 1 year. But I have a feeling that this didn't happen with these people. I feel like that these people need like a permit first. They need to have some sort of supervising body that has to be with them at all times so that they can understand that. Then you can then you get your license, and then you go to then you can, drive. Like just like any fucking high schooler in the United States has to do. I think we need just same fucking law. Same processes. It shouldn't be this hard, guys. It shouldn't be this hard.
The White House's reaction to a situation like this, and what is the White House doing to crack down on cases like this where illegal aliens are obtaining commercial driver's licenses?
Yes, this is another abhorrent example of the border crisis over the past 4 years, and it again exemplifies why the administration must continue and will always continue to fully back and support ICE and Border Patrol and law enforcement in their removal of illegal alien criminals from our country. For those who don't know, and all of you should report on it, 4 Americans were tragically killed and lost their lives this week yet again from an illegal alien, an individual who was paroled into the country by the Biden administration using the CBP-1 app, which they created like it was a magic pass for Disneyland. That's not how immigration in
it was the app, not a visa. Got it.
country should work. And this illegal alien from Kyrgyzstan was traveling on an Indiana highway, and he failed to brake for a slowed semi-truck in front of him. He swerved into the lane and he crashed into a van carrying 15 passengers, and 4 people were killed in that crash. This is another tragedy that could have been prevented if not for the wide open borders from the previous administration. That's why we now have a secure border. That's why this administration will continue to deport illegal aliens from our country. Thank you for being here. Garrett.
Thank you for your comments and your prayers for the Guthrie family. I have 2 questions related to the president's interview with NBC yesterday.
Sure.
At one point in the interview, the president said that he believes states are accumulating the votes for who wins the election. He says if they, meaning the states, can't do it honestly and can't be done properly and timely, then something else has to happen. What did he mean by that? Is he suggesting that the federal government count votes in elections?
What the president is suggesting, and I just spoke to him about this.
Yeah, because right now, the way that voting works here in the United States, if you're from abroad, is that essentially the power is in the states to count the votes. So I'm not sure. Again, I'm just a retarded YouTuber here, okay? And if you hate that I say the word retarded, then I don't really care. I don't know. I'm just an armchair YouTuber. All right. I'm not sure how I feel about that. For the federal government to start counting votes, because I still do appreciate the idea of states' rights as well, as fucked up as a lot of them have. A lot of the fucked up decisions they've made in this country. I live in Oregon, a very famous blue state, so they're continuing to, do everything they can to fuck up my state. That's kind of why I want to move. It's okay to be a Riri. Thank you. So I'm very interested in what she has to say in regards to that particular matter.
is that Republicans and Democrats in Congress should pass the Save America Act. This piece of legislation is going to ensure that states are abiding by federal election law by removing non-citizens from their voter rolls. In addition, the Save America Act will require voter ID to vote, and it will require proof of citizenship to register to vote. These are very common sense policies and proposals that 89% of our country agree with. So that's what the president is talking about. Again, I just spoke with him about this, and he's calling on both Republicans and Democrats to send the Save America Act, to pass it into law and to send it to his desk as quickly as possible.
What is preventing this from being voted on? I'd really like to know. Like, when are they going to vote on this? Hold on, real quick, before we continue. When is the Save Act being voted on? The Save Act. Status. Passed by the House 220 to 208 on April 10th, 2025. Awaiting Senate action. What the fuck? The bill seeks to require proof of U.S. citizen. Upgrade vote. Senator Majority Lead John Thune indicated in January 2026 that the vote is planned, but a new version is being processed. Huh? What new what else do you have to put in there, dude? What else? Just have legal ID and be a citizen. Should be the shortest bill ever written. Okay. All right. You know what? That's fine. That's fine. Whatever.
The Act doesn't say anything about who counts votes, which has always been a state, a local, a county function. Why does he keep talking about somebody else, presumably the federal government, counting votes?
Because the SAVE Act directs states to remove non-citizens from their voter rolls. And we know in states across the country, the president is right to point this out. In states like California or in places like New York City, non-citizens are allowed to vote in state and local elections. And the federal government should absolutely do away with that. I don't think a single person in this room, if they really are being honest with yourselves, should agree that non-citizens should vote in American elections, no matter where that election is up and down the ticket. And so this is a piece of federal legislation that will help states ensure the integrity and the sanctity of their elections, and that's what the president wants. Peter.
Thanks, Caroline. President Trump posted about Nancy Guthrie that he is directing all federal law enforcement to be at the families and local law enforcement's complete disposal immediately. What should we expect to see from the federal government in coming days in the search to find Nancy Guthrie?
It's a very good question, Peter, and it's why I was on the phone with the FBI earlier this morning to ask that. And what they told me is that the FBI, again, is at the disposal of the state and local government. Whatever personnel or assets or resources that the state and local authorities and police need will be granted to.
Again, I have no idea who this person is. We'll look it up a little later, and I have a video by Tim Pool who did an update earlier today. So, again, we'll look at this later. Some sort of media personality's mom is like kidnapped, held hostage for ransom or some shit like that. So I don't really know. Yeah, that's common sense on not letting anyone just vote. Yeah, right? It's like it makes sense. Like so Daryl, something that came to my mind, and I don't really see a lot of people talking about it, because we have so many international students that come here to the United States, and hey, good for them. They're participating in our economy. Fine, as long as you get with the program, right? Follow our laws and don't try to change our culture. I do wonder how many people on student visas are voting in places like California. Or, okay, as someone who used to be homeless, it wouldn't take much, especially when it's mail-in voting here in Oregon. Yeah, it has been mail-in voting for like 30, 40 years, or at least the option to. I couldn't even find a poll here in the area that I live in. It wouldn't surprise me. Like, if you give like a homeless dude $100 to fill out a piece of paper and then put it into the mailbox, hell, not even 100, probably $50. Gets him a few natty ices. It wouldn't surprise me.
Them at the direction of the president, the FBI director, and the attorney general.
A different law enforcement issue. The FBI just found 1,000 samples inside an illegal biolab in Las Vegas. It is linked to a different biolab that was previously raided. There are ties to China. What does the president think the CCP might be up to here?
I have.
What? I thought we learned our lessons on the biolabs. And why does China have them in our country? That seems like a disaster. A few years ago, a big disaster happened. So I don't trust any China labs anytime soon, okay? So I want to know what's going on.
Haven't spoken to him about this specific investigation from the FBI, but I'm happy to, and I'm sure he's very glad that this is something the FBI discovered, and we'll make sure anyone who is involved in illegal activity will be held accountable.
And just one more about this weekend. At the Mar-a-Lago Super Bowl party, after the first 2 quarters, are the TVs going to be on the halftime show with Bad Bunny or the halftime show with Kid Rock?
I think the president would much prefer a Kid Rock performance over Bad Bunny, I must say that. Jennifer.
On the nuclear arms pact, we saw the president's post on that.
Yes.
But can you say, is there a temporary agreement with Russia to stand by the terms of the New START treaty while negotiations are happening?
Not to my knowledge. Again, to your point, Jennifer, I just do want to reiterate exactly what the president said. He wrote just moments ago, the United States is the most powerful country in the world. I completely rebuilt its military in my first term, including new and many refurbished nuclear weapons. I also added Space Force and now continue to rebuild our military at levels never seen before. We are even adding battleships, which are 100 times more powerful than the ones that roamed the seas during World War II, the Iowa, Missouri, Alabama, and others. I have stopped nuclear wars from breaking out.
All right. You know what? She had her little thing. And hey, a lot of good news there. A lot of murders going down and all that shit. And that's fucking awesome. Murders are going down. God, if you talk to actually doctors that have to deal with overdosing, they'll tell you that that's going down because, and hey, it's weird if you get rid of a lot of the illegal immigrants, you stop a lot of the trafficking, you lock down that border, some things start going down. Who would have thought? But anyway, yeah, let's see. It looks like oh, he kind of left. Daryl. Oh, I need to fix that. Daryl here. He was actually, I need to get rid of this real quick because it's not working. There we go. Daryl here. Saying some base things. I hope that you subscribed to the channel. I really would have loved that. Speaking of which, I kind of have to take a leak real quick, so be sure to like and subscribe, and I will give you a little call out right now. First, we need music. Now, what is the purpose of liking? Why must we do it? Why does our soul consume us so to click one little button and we take the mouse into our hands and we move it in such a way to show appreciation, to show a voice, to show the world that we are not just numbers, but people? So I want you to grab that mouse and use that index finger for what it was made for. To click one button, or else Alyssa Mercante is gonna chop your dick off, man. Like that's really gonna happen. Sorry, I had to double click it real quick. Oh, yeah. All right, there you are, Daryl. There you are. Hopefully you've liked and subscribed. Thank you for participating in the chat either way. So I was a little curious here. A little bit curious. So I've heard a little bit about Trump RX. I don't know anything about our medical system other than it's really fucking expensive. And for some reason, for the last, 10 years, we've been allowing kids to get, medically and surgically abused by the trans ideology. But I'm a little curious about what Trump RX is, how it's different, what, the insurance companies do. Like, I haven't been to a doctor in, 20 years. So I really don't know. And this is coming from, someone who has to, talk to doctors every once in a while. For my work. But I don't mess with the insurance stuff. I'm like, where's the appointment? Which resident is it? And I go with them and I make sure that they have the best time they can in that regard. So let's see what's going on here.
All the best in what you do.
Whoa! Whoa! Uh, uh, I'm guessing that's yen. I'm not quite sure. Copy text. Hold on. Sorry. Dang it. Dang it. Dang it. I'm frozen. I'm frozen. Hold on. God, why is my internet going so slow? Shouldn't be going this slow. Anyway, we'll take a look. Thank you so much, man. I really do appreciate it. I don't know how to say your name over there. But yeah, that's 11 US dollars. And apparently it's the Indian rupee. So sweet. Thank you so much, man. I really do appreciate it. I didn't know I had you know, viewers from India, so that's really fucking cool. Holy
shit!
shit.
I just got
Keep it
triggered.
good.
Dude. Vicky or Vicky underscore W7W 2,000 more, which is like a little over 20. Are you kidding me? God damn it. It's muted. It's not muted. God damn it. I hate when it does this. It's the one thing with Meld that really grinds my gears. Actually, there's a way that I could probably fix it, but that's for a later thing. Hold on. Let me fix it. There we go. All right, we'll reset. We'll reset. But anyway, big thank you over to Vicky/Vikey. We'll give him a little something over here. Thank you very much.
Money, print money, cash, money, capitalism, raise a bunch of money, more money, heaps and heaps of money, print money, cash, capitalism, raise a bunch of money, super chat money.
As salty as the sea, calling us no-code names. SJW screaming, but it's money they blame. Burning with envy, they're falling flat. They can't handle the sound of a super chat.
Okay. Now that we can hear again. So this is the announcement of Trump RX. I'm hoping to know a little bit more details here. I know that Trump's going to be like, hey, it's never done before. It's always, no one's ever done it, but I did. We all understand he's going to do that. I hope he gets into some more details on how it all works, why this is going to make, drug prices cheaper, how the insurance company is going to be involved in this. Like, are they going to try to screw us over? Are there any preventative measures from that? And yada, yada, yada. So let's take a look.
Of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you very much. Thank you. This is a big deal. This is a very big deal. People are going to save a lot of money and be healthy. So we're here this evening to celebrate the launch of one of the most transformative healthcare initiatives of all time. There's never been anything like it. Starting tonight, dozens.
Real quick.
Ah, shit! Ah, shit! Shit! I just got triggered.
I just decided to gift five memberships to people. So man, I really wish it would go to people that are actually currently in the chat. For some reason, it doesn't do that like automatically. I wish they did, but yeah. But 5 free gifted subs for people, just for you guys. Thank you for hanging out.
Of the most commonly used prescription drugs will be available at dramatic discounts for all consumers throughout a new website. It's called TrumpRx.gov. That's TrumpRx.gov. For years, politicians from both parties have promised to bring down prescription drug prices and make healthcare more affordable, but they all failed. It was all words as usual. They failed, and they failed badly. They tried doing this. Some of them, most of them didn't even try because they never really had a shot at it. But I'm actually
Jesus
getting it
Christ!
done, and it is done.
Shit! I just got
Always
triggered.
try to keep peace and ignore hatred.
Vikey coming in with the 4,000 rubies there, which I believe is like over $40. Holy shit, dude. Oh, did I grow a mustache? I'll get to that in a second. But no, thank you so much. Damn, man. I don't, you know what? We'll do, here's what we're going to do. We're going to do a fun one. I need to get more of these. I need to do stuff.
That had absolutely nothing to do with sports, and they said, look, you can't have this opinion. It's
Thank you so much, man. I really do appreciate it. Wow. And this is coming from YouTube Shorts. I think you actually might be, I'm not going to count one other guy because they were being a real douchebag. But I'm going to consider you like the first contributor like through YouTube Shorts. So thank you very much, man. I really do appreciate it. Wow. Especially from India. And hopefully I'm right about that, man. But yeah, thank you so much. Wow. What a day.
Actually, this launch represents the largest reduction in prescription drug prices in history by many, many times. And it's not even close. You're going to see numbers that you're not going to believe. Americans have long been paying the highest drug prices anywhere in the world, while other countries often paid pennies on the dollar for the exact same drugs. We were essentially subsidizing the entire world and subsidizing by hundreds of billions of dollars every year. The United States is just 4% of the world's population and consumes only 13% of all prescription drugs, yet pharmaceutical companies have been making 75% from these drugs. Think of it, 75% of the money they made came from the United States, with a smaller population than what we will call the world. The American people were effectively subsidized.
That's kind of fucked up. I mean, the thing is, Andrew Yang, like, I was a big fan of him. I'm not so much anymore. Because I was just, it was 2019 was just a time in my life I was like, can we just have something different? I didn't appreciate, what Trump was trying to do at the time. But 2019, like, Andrew Yang post this out. It's like, how come hospitals have to, like, and pharmacies have to negotiate these drug prices when everyone else in the world negotiates them from the government to the actual like pharmaceutical companies and healthcare companies? It's like, hey, how come it's more expensive here than here? And that's a good point. What he said, like 17% of the drug of prescriptions are here in the United States, but 75% of their profits come from us. Like, what the fuck is going on? That makes no fucking sense to me.
The cost of drugs for the entire world, and it's not going to happen any longer. We ended it. Everybody knew it was unfair for 30 years, but nobody did anything about it. Under the most favored nation agreements my administration has negotiated, the United States will pay the lowest price paid by any other country. So we're taking the lowest price paid for drugs. We will pay equal to whatever the lowest price anywhere in the world. That's the price that you're going to be paying. It's a tremendous reduction. Drug prices.
So wait a minute. So at the lowest price that it's being sold in potentially another country, we'll be getting that price. Now, I have a few. I still have so many questions, because why is it through Trump RX and not through like Trump RX, and then there's the pharmacies, and then I am a whole lot of confused. Again, I haven't been to the doctor in 20 years. I probably should go at some point, but I need to know how logistically this all works. Miss Love Tomika coming in saying, because many other countries have universal health care, which then negotiates on behalf of a much larger population, and they have their own drugs, which they produce at lower costs. I actually don't know where a lot of these drugs are made. Hold on. Let's take a look. Where are most prescription drugs made? Most prescription drugs in the U.S. market are manufactured internationally, with India and China being the dominant sources for finished drugs and active pharmaceutical ingredients. While the U.S. leads in brand name drug production, only 80% of generic drugs and their active ingredients are imported primarily from these two nations. So yeah, and the thing is, I'm fact checking both of us, Miss Love. So it looks like that kind of regardless of where they're being manufactured, there's if the primary places are being manufactured in India and China, then it kind of behooves me to be like, okay, I understand that a lot of manufacturing still happens here in the West, but it does seem like the actual owners of the prescription products, of the prescription drugs, are the ones that are dictating the price, like indiscriminately, depending on the country. And I would say that universal healthcare, it still really doesn't make sense of, I do understand on a business point of view why you try to take advantage of the United States. We are a buyer's market, right? Like, we're a buyer's market. If you want to take advantage of that, then yeah, I understand the incentive to do so. But we really haven't, it seems like we haven't really tried to make things more fair in comparison throughout the other world. Can we make a deal? Can we still use capitalism other than universal healthcare to get cheaper prices? So that's what I'm actually very interested in regards to Trump RX. But I would also like to know, okay, there's Trump RX. Well, what about any other programs, or do they get the same deals? That's what I'm a little confused over. Hopefully we'll learn more about it.
And other nations will go up by doing this. They had to agree, and the reason they agreed is I used tariffs. I said, if you don't put them up, then we're going to put tariffs on your nation, which will be more expensive to you. So in many cases, the drug costs will go up by double and even triple for them, but they're going way down for the United States, come all the way down by a difference of as much as 300, 400, 500, even 600%, even more than that in some cases. For example, you will see dramatic reductions in the cost of popular weight.
I mean, that is an interesting point. We keep saying the tariffs, and as you know, someone who plays video games, someone that likes entertainment from Japan, I think we've thought about this in very different circumstances. We think products. When we think products, we rarely think about prescriptions. And now, knowing the majority of our drugs are coming from China and India, I could see how tariffs would be on one hand, it would hurt America probably in the short run, but it does incentivize those manufacturers to cheapen the price for us in order to bring more manufacturing of the drugs here, and maybe lowering the cost so that's more fair, or at least make an exception for certain products like prescription drugs. So I see the reasoning to that. I just want to see if it lands. Daryl coming in. That's a good deal, to be honest. Honestly, his name on it to kind of troll folks like Obamacare was. Well, the thing is, it was never called, like, on paper called Obamacare. It was called the Affordable Care Act. It's just something that, you know, was listed, kind of colloquially was listed him. So when people say Obamacare, it's the Affordable Care Act. So I don't think it's a troll because Trump is famous for wanting to put his name on everything. I don't even think he was even thinking of Obama. I mean, it's possible because he's criticized him a lot, but you know,
lost drugs known as GLP-1s. GLP-1s. Novo Nordisk will be slashing the price, as an example, of Ozempic from more than $1,000 to $199. And the price...
Holy crap, that is a big discount. As a big savings. And in regards to Ozempic, I see its uses, especially for morbidly obese people. It's kind of crazy how the fat acceptance movement goes down once Ozempic came to market. I mean, few of the fatter ladies started losing weight and wasn't talking about fat acceptance anymore, kind of very quickly. But I mean, obviously, I mean, you look at Ariana Grande and you kind of suspect the usage. What I'm hoping with Ozempic primarily is that it's used to, you know, lose weight easily, and then at some point needs to be cut off. Like, I don't think it needs, like, it should not be over the counter whatsoever.
Of Wegovy from more than $1,300 to $199. Nobody can even believe it. A 578% difference. Eli Lilly, who's been very helpful to us in getting this done, will be cutting the cost of its common insulin, drug, and medication from $200 to $25. Nobody can believe it. $200 to $25. AstraZeneca is slashing the price of a common inhaler from $458 to $51, a difference of nearly $800.
Inhalers cost over $400? Are you fucking serious? Highway fucking robbery. These fucking people. Oh my God.
100%. And we're also delivering historic discounts for couples struggling with infertility, as EMD Serrano will dramatically cut the cost of its most common IVF drugs. For example, a single dose of the most common IVF drug in the country, Gonal F, will plummet from the highest price in the developed world that we paid. The United States was subsidizing everybody. We paid the highest to the lowest price in the world, which will be demonstrating very shortly. I have some very talented people coming up and showing how it's going to work and how the website works. All of these discounts and more will be available directly to consumers starting today at trumprx.gov. In just a moment, we will demonstrate how you can go to the website, get a coupon, and pick up your heavily discounted prescription drugs, highest level drugs, the highest level company, finest in the world, biggest in the world, most powerful drug companies in the world, and we had to go through them, and then we had to get all of these countries worldwide to lower their prices, and for us, help us lower our price. And what they did is, again, their prices went up by double, triple, and even sometimes 4 and 5 times. But the dozens of commonly used drugs available today are just the beginning. 16 of the 17 largest pharmaceutical companies have signed agreements, and the other one is coming. Believe me, they're coming, committing that going forward.
They're coming, people. They're coming.
All new medicines they bring to the market in the United States will be available at most favored nation prices. For those that don't know, that means in the entire world, most favored, we get the most favored, the lowest price. So if somebody gets a great price, that's great for us because we get it. So this is the exact opposite of what's been happening for the last 30 plus years. This policy, which is a key pillar of the great healthcare plan, is going to bring copays plummeting down and save Americans billions and billions of dollars, making healthcare much more affordable, like at a level that you couldn't believe. In my first administration, I kept drugs pretty even. I thought I was doing a great job, but this is really the great job. There's never been anything like it. Nobody thought it was possible to get it done. It's the biggest thing to happen in healthcare, I think, in many, many decades. Under these agreements, the top pharmaceutical companies will also be investing.
I always like how you can tell when he's reading from the prompt and then he just kind of goes on his little thing. It's like, yes, this. By the way, no one's ever done it before. See how good I am? You have to admit one thing. Trump is a bit of an attention whore. But then again, like, he was also the host of The Apprentice, and I bet you he got very used to that attention back in the day.
Hundreds of billions of dollars to bring drug manufacturing back to America. It's already happening. They're building plants all over the country. Eli Lilly is building 6 plants with billions and billions of dollars each, which means jobs, economic growth, factory openings, and far greater national security. And it's really a big factor was the tariffs. We're charging very substantial tariffs for companies that don't want to make their drugs or pharmaceuticals and automobiles and other things. If they don't want to make them in the United States, they have to pay very big penalties in the form of tariffs. And what that means is they're all coming here. Every industry is coming here. We're taking in more than $18 trillion into the United States because of tariffs. The companies, the only way they can avoid them is to build here.
So essentially, I was right. We're going to have more prescription drug manufacturing here in the United States. And essentially what this kind of, and maybe I'm mishearing what he's saying because there's a lot of jargon in regards to like insurance companies and healthcare industries that I just don't understand. It does sound like that manufacturing is going to start happening here a lot more. And it sounds like there's this kind of this pre-deal that's going on, at least, and maybe I'm just speculating here a little bit. It's like, hey, lower our drug prices, and while at the same time set up your factories here so that they can even become more cheaper, and we'll give you some tax breaks on the side. He didn't say anything about tax breaks. That's my own speculation. Whatever.
Here, they avoid paying the tariff. Now, they've been doing that, countries, to us for 30 years. That's how we lost so much business. They were drying up our country. We were losing factories. We were losing jobs like nobody's ever seen for many, many years. And now it's all been reversed, and we've never had a period. This is the wealthiest our country has ever been. We have hundreds of billions of dollars a year pouring in, and we're taking advantage of it. I want to give a special thanks to Airbnb co-founder and now, much more importantly, the Chief Design Officer of the United States, Joe Gebbia, and the
Airbnb? What? The co-founder of Airbnb is part of this? Huh? Oh, okay.
Entire team at the National Design Studio. They're unbelievably talented people. This group of geniuses could be doing anything right now. They could have been making a big fortune out there, but they decided they want to be with the government and do exactly what you're going to see tonight, and also some other things having to do with our country. And I want to thank Joe. With their help, our American by Design initiative will fully transform our most dated federal systems and services, providing Americans the richest, most beautiful, and most user-friendly government experience in the entire world. We have the greatest designers in the entire world, and they're with our country. They love our country. That's what
I'm wondering if they're brought in for like website design. Because I remember that when Obamacare or the Affordable Care Act stuff, when that came in, that website crashed consistently for over a year. So I'm wondering if part of that kind of deal with the Airbnb people, because remember, Airbnb, they are not like a renting company. They're a technology company. So I'm wondering if that's kind of what they're doing. They're making a stronger foundation for a website in order for not only this to be done, but throughout other federal websites in regards to like, applying for benefits, looking up information. I'm very curious on that because we've all seen a government website how it looks like ass. All right. They all look like ass. They have the most boring colors in them. Like, not to be like a design nerd on that, but they look like a government website. Like minimal effort has been put into them other than the information that you have to get. They're very, and some of these things, it's incredibly difficult to navigate them. The ones here in Oregon suck. So I can only imagine what it's like in other places.
Where they're doing it. So now I'd like to invite administrator of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, an incredible guy, a really brilliant man, Dr. Mehmet Oz, to show us how this beautiful new website works. And Dr. Oz, come on and let's see what you can tell us. Thank you. By the way, everybody, you're going to save a fortune. And this is also so good for overall health care. And Oz, you've done a fantastic job. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. So President demanded that we have most favored nation drug pricing, which he explained beautifully. Today, you can now get access to these discounted, steeply discounted prices. All the hard work the president and the administration have done now is yours, but you have to go check TrumpRx.gov. So if you have access, please log on right now. It's free. You get to look at all the prices, and you should not be buying drugs anymore going forward without at least checking to see if those medications are available at these discounted prices on TrumpRx.gov. That stated, Mr. President, many people don't appreciate this, but one of the most special things you've been able to do, besides negotiating these kinds of deals, is bringing wonderful people around you who can actually fulfill the dream of making drugs accessible so Americans no longer suffer that afford.
Okay, so there's a limited amount of drugs, which is a weird thing to say. So they made deals, at least what sounds to me like certain drugs. That we'll probably check out the website here in a second after all this, but I'm wondering. I wonder what they're going for, because it's like it's not the same of like getting, you know, let's just say like radiation for cancer, right? Like that's not going to be on Trump RX, but those kind of medications as well. I don't know. I'm a lot of curiosity here. I like what I'm hearing, but I just want to know, like, how many drugs are we talking about? How many people will this affect? I mean, obviously, you know, kids with asthma or just people in general with asthma, you know, having access to have that slash from $500 to like $50 is a big fucking deal. So I'm liking what I'm seeing. I have a lot of questions.
Affordability issue. 1 in 3 Americans are turned away from the drugstore. They can't afford the drugs. No more. Our most vulnerable are protected. To do that, you need brilliant software engineers. And Ed Korstein led a wonderful group that you hired. Folks, again, would never normally have come to the government to work to make this possible. And Joe, just a superstar, and he's going to take us through the website.
Thanks, Dr. Oz. Mr. President, I've launched some big websites, and this is one I think you're going to be very proud of. So you mentioned Gonalef. I think this is an interesting drug that we can check and see how do you find a drug on the site. So we'll pull up the website here. This is TrumpRx.gov. And I'm going to start at the search bar where I can search by the drug name. So I type in Gonalef, and I see it autocompletes. When I click on this, I have a beautiful page that shows the drug.
Move the camera. Move the camera so we can actually frickin' see it.
Product. And right at the top, I see this is 83% off the original price. Now, how do I get this discount? I take this coupon and I bring it to the pharmacy. I can print it out. I can add it to my wallet on my phone, whether it's an Apple or an Android. I show it to the pharmacist, and I get the coupon credit right at the register. Now, this is an intelligent site. We know that there's other drugs that are commonly prescribed along with this, so we surface them here, and they work with the same coupon. Okay, next, what pharmacies can you go to get this drug? It's a smart site. We pull up exactly where you can go to get this. Now, Gonalef is a specialty drug, so you get it through the mail. I can call any one of these pharmacies, and they deliver it straight to my home. It's that simple.
That's pretty fucking sweet. Because I was a little curious here. So you check. So it's like a coupon site. That's kind of what it sounds like to me. It's like a coupon site, which is actually not the worst idea. A coupon site through the government. See, my question is, how much money is the taxpayers footing the bill? Or was there a different kind of deal made in order for this? Like, still a lot of questions I have. But overall, not bad. And by the way, Daryl, I'm also live streaming on horizontally. But if you want to stay on YouTube Shorts, that's cool too.
Mr. President, 1 in 3 families is having trouble having a baby. We're going to have a lot of Trump babies with these costs. Folks cannot afford these medications. It's going to change their lives. Now, this is the tip of the iceberg, because Joe did a lot more with Ed and the rest of the National Design Studio. How many more medications do you have?
Well, the website launches with over 40 medications, ones that are the popular medications and ones that were previously very expensive. These are things like asthma inhalers, the GLP-1s. And on TrumpRx, you can actually find things like the weight loss shots and also new form factors like the weight loss pill. Let's click on this and see the discount for the pill. 89% off the original price. As you mentioned, Americans for the first time are getting the lowest cost price drugs like the rest of the world is. And we're not done. We're adding more and more drugs week over week. So going forward, it's an invitation to the nation to check TrumpRx.gov anytime you get a prescription.
Mr. President, we're breaking news. This weight loss shot that we talked about a lot,
Daryl.
This is a weight loss pill. And with these pills, which are actually even less expensive than the shots, we project that America will lose about 100 million pounds this year, which is going to make not only folks a lot healthier, but a lot easier to manage when they do get ill. But I'm particularly drawn, as I know you are, to the plight of folks, young couples trying to have children. And that first medication, one of the first ones we did most favored nation drug pricing on, has helped an immense number of folks. But the first person to use TrumpRx.gov to buy Gonal-F is here. And I wanted to introduce her to you, if you don't mind. Catherine's with us. Oh, perfect. Secretary Kennedy's going to escort her.
Kennedy just coming out of the shadows.
Good evening. I'm incredibly honored to be here tonight. I'm a military spouse, and my husband and I have been navigating infertility and IVF for 5 years, a journey that has included profound loss. Through that experience, we have come to understand how critical access to affordable fertility medication truly is. Medications like Gonal-F and access to them have been essential to our treatment and to our hope of success. IVF demands extraordinary physical and emotional strength. But for so many families, the financial burden can be just as heavy and at times overwhelming. The President's leadership on price transparency and on reducing the cost of medications, some of which are essential in my fertility treatments, has a real and immediate impact. Families like ours, it can mean the difference between being able to continue treatment or having no choice but to stop. These efforts help ensure that IVF remains within reach for families who are doing everything that they can to build a future. Families who should not have to choose between financial stability and the chance to have a child. For that commitment and leadership, we are greatly thankful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's great. Well, Oz and everybody, I want to thank you for the job. Joe, what a job you do. Bobby is back here, who is so instrumental. He's doing such a fantastic job. Who would have thought of Kennedy? We love the Kennedy and the Republican Party, but there's been no...
He still hasn't switched over to Republican. He's listed as an independent, but it takes all different ways to skin a cat, and I'm glad that Kennedy got on board to make shit happen, which is fucking awesome.
No better advocate for what we're doing than Bobby Kennedy Jr. So I just want to leave you with this. You're going to save tremendous amounts of money. Go to the site. We have many of them, and in a very short period of time, we'll have just about all of them, and they'll be available for differences of 500, 600, 700%, even in some cases more than that. We're tired of subsidizing the world. We have to put America first. If you think about it, that's exactly what we're doing. We want to take care of everybody, but we have to put America first. So this is going to have a huge impact on healthcare. No matter which plan they come up with, drugs and prescription drugs, they form a big part. And now you're going to be getting those drugs
absolutely.
at numbers, not with a 1 or 2 or 10% discount, but think of it, 80%. 90% in some cases, numbers that nobody's even thought possible. So I just want to thank our entire team. We have so many people here that have worked so hard. And again, Joe and Oz and Bobby, thank you very much. Great job. And congratulations to you and all that money you're saving, okay? Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Dude, IVF is so fucking expensive and just traumatizing for women in general. God, even their spouses are just like watching their wives just like struggle. If there was actually like, if you guys have never seen someone like go through IVF as all that, I think her Gabby Cook. Yeah, this is Gabby Cook, and she's kind of a family vlog channel nowadays, but she has a whole IVF journey and everything. So if you ever are curious, I would check out her. I'll put in twice because sometimes it doesn't get them all. There we go. Because like it was like a year, I think, for her in order to get pregnant. They had to do fucking everything. Swear to God. Okay, let's see what's going on here. Okay, so all right, actually, yeah. With that being said, I mean, I keep changing my mind. Hold on. Let's do this. TrumpRx.gov. Find the world's lowest. This is a government website? Wow. Interesting. Okay, browse medications. I don't know what a lot of these drugs do. So yeah, Cetratide. I can't. Cetratide. What is Cetratide? Let's find out. An injectable. Oh, this is for IVF treatment. Like it's the very first thing. 93% off. $316 down to $22. That's hold on, let me switch here. That's pretty fucking baller. All right, let's continue here. I don't know what Wegovy pill is. I have a feeling that a lot of these will be let's see, Wegovy pill. All right. I have a feeling a lot of these are just going to be the ones that he himself kind of presented. Okay, so this is like the pill version of Ozempic. Let's see. Once daily oral GLP-1 medication approved by chronic weight management, reducing cardiovascular risk in adults, offering an alternative to the weekly injection. So we're looking at, oh, there's different strengths. Consult your doctor, people. Consult your doctor. Wow. Over $1,000 savings. Man, make America healthy again. And obviously that's an inhaler. We were talking about that $450 some odd dollars. The Wegovy pen. So I'm guessing this is also kind of Ozempic. Duavi? Sorry, I have to click on it so I can copy and paste. Let's see. Oh, I could have just read your chat there, Daryl. I need to look up every once in a while. Medicine for women with a uterus used to treat moderate to severe hot flashes. And they say that Trump doesn't care about the women. We care about the women, just not the blue-haired ones. The blue-haired ones need some psychological treatment. Tovia's prescription extended release antis to treat overactive bladder symptoms. Okay. Overactive bladder. All right. That's a new one. Wait, let's just see how long this is. Okay. I mean, it's a decent start. E-string, like what? Look, I work in the care industry. I am not the best at reading medications as much as I pop those pills. Well, I pop them into a little container and I help my residents administer them. But like, I don't know how to say shit. So I'm not going to pretend that I do. But if these are correct, oh, and look here, we got the Ozempic pen, $1,000 down to $200. The one thing that I kind of curious about, like, hold on, let's Ozempic. How fast do people lose weight on Ozempic? People typically lose weight on Ozempic at a gradual, steady pace with a noticeable results after appearing within 3 to 4 months. Clinical studies indicate an average weight reduction of 10 to 20% over 12 months, with initial weight loss starting within the first 1 to 4 weeks, often around 1 to 2 a month. Hold on. How often do people have to take Ozempic? It's a single once weekly injection. So if we're looking at $1,000 a week rather than $200 a week, plus I can imagine insurance covering a decent amount of it. I mean, hell, we might be looking at a kind of a copay situation, which would be interesting. There have been cases of people going blind from Ozempic. Let's take a look. Research suggests a very rare link between Ozempic and a serious, potentially blinding eye condition called ischemic optic neuropathy. I'm not going to pretend I know how to read that shit. While not common, studies indicate users may have a higher risk of this condition, which involves reduced blood flow to the optic nerve. Huh. Well, that's something I didn't know. We learn something new every day here, people. Maybe this is an education channel. Okay. Still needs to be studied, but yeah. So, yeah, I mean, well, kind of the good thing about this. Let's see here. Where was I? Okay. Kind of one of the good things about this is that, one, there is other alternatives. There's a pill through another company, and even a pen through another company. So, and with the pill, $50 less, especially if you don't like needles, then you could go with that. Actually, let's see if there's anything on Wegovy in regards to blindness, real quick. Wegovy blindness. Okay, so it's also called an eye stroke. I stroke, you stroke, we all stroke. Okay, so there is some ingredient in this that does affect some sort of nerve and blood flow. Apparently, it's not common. 2024 study found users with diabetes or obesity may have 4 to 8 times higher risk of it. So I'm wondering, and look, and we're just generally going over this. So if you have diabetes, if you are severely overweight, let's see, what else? High blood pressure, specific eye anatomy. Well, the thing is, excuse me, they don't say anything about how much Ozempic that they're taking. Like, maybe some people need to take it once every 2 weeks, maybe. Like, or maybe like lower doses. Like, remember, like this was being handed out like candy to celebrities, and so it wouldn't surprise me if there were some factors that, through their blind studies that just hadn't been discovered yet until it started becoming this popular. So I don't know. That's that's my take on it. But as you could tell, I mean, as you probably heard throughout some of the reactions that we've done here today, involved Savannah Guthrie and her mother, Nancy Guthrie. Arrest made in imposter random demand. So I really don't know what's going on here. Like, I really have no idea. But hopefully Tim Pool will kind of give us an update and we can kind of understand what's going on in this situation.
Crazy. This story is getting absolutely a ton of attention. An arrest has been made in an imposter ransom demand, the FBI says. Now, for those that aren't following the story, it's not the most of political stories. It's not the most pressing for our culture and society, but it's massive. And that Savannah Guthrie, a prominent media personality's mother, has gone missing, believed to have been abducted. A ransom note was delivered. We don't know if this is the only ransom note, but we're going to read into this. But there's a $50,000 reward. And right now is believed that someone took her mother, who I believe is 84, and wants a lot of Bitcoin. But we do have this update from Fox 29 and a video, imposter ransom demand, in this story. Check this out. They say authorities say an arrest has been made in connection to an imposter ransom demand in the disappearance of 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie, the mother of NBC Today Show host Savannah Guthrie. An FBI official announced the arrest during a news conference on February 5th. I do believe we have this from Rapid Report 2025. Here's the clip.
To those imposters who are trying to take advantage and profit from this situation, we will investigate and ensure you are held accountable for your actions. We have made one arrest related to an imposter ransom demand, and a complaint will be presented to a magistrate judge later today.
This is getting weird and crazy. Nancy was last seen on the night of January 31st being dropped off at her Catalina Foothills home. She was reported missing the next day after her family was notified that she hadn't shown up for church. Authorities say Guthrie is without her necessary medication. She's described as being 5 foot 5 inches tall, 150 pounds, with brown hair and blue eyes. It is unknown what she was wearing when she disappeared. Now, we've got these alleged ransom notes. Authorities believe Nancy was taken from her home against her will.
Oh, shit.
TMZ and KOLD 13 News in Tucson reported they received ransom notes. An email sent to KOLD reportedly included a deadline and demand for a specific amount of money for Guthrie's safe return. The station turned the email over to PCSD, which is working with the FBI to determine the note's credibility. What's likely happened with these ransom notes is that they know it might get paid even though they have nothing to do with this. We don't necessarily know why. There's been some speculation that it may be a family member. There's going to be some scammer somewhere in the world who's...
Okay, so essentially, the update to this story seems like, someone was taken, and now we have imposter ransoms from random people who just want to make a quick buck. I've actually never heard of that before, but I'm kind of surprised that I never have even thought about that possibility. Wow, I'm dumb.
Going to send in a ransom note hoping they pay it, and then they just do nothing. They take the money. They say, quote, "We're aware of reports circulating about possible ransom notes related to the investigation into Nancy Guthrie. All tips and leads are being taken seriously and are forwarded directly to our detectives who are coordinating with the FBI. We encourage anyone with information or tips to submit them." PCSD says no suspects or persons of interest have been identified. Now, TMZ says, this is from their story. This is from just 2 days ago. TMZ gets alleged ransom note demanding big money in Bitcoin. I think we've got the clip for you guys right here.
So we got something in our email that looks like it's written like a ransom note for Savannah Guthrie's mother.
Specific. Can you imagine being this guy? The hosts are constantly behind him, talking, filming, and he's just trying to do his fucking work.
And they're very
certain amounts of money,
very specific.
Bitcoin.
And also, they say at the bottom there are certain things they're saying about what she was wearing and damage to the house.
That they're clearly saying to verify that
it's us.
We know what we're talking about here.
So we've contacted the sheriff's department, and we want to get them this letter. We had a little trouble getting through to the right person, but the person we spoke with is now forwarding this to somebody in the detective bureau. So if my phone rings, I may have to stop and...
What's interesting is, there was just a news conference that just ended with the sheriff, and he was asked about, we're going to do this segment in a few minutes, but he was asked about a ransom note, and he just said, we're following all leads.
Yeah, and this again, we don't know,
if this is legit, right.
if it's authentic or not, but when you read it, they're acting as if, yeah, only we would know these things, and we're serious, and there's a dollar demand and an or else in there.
Mm-hmm. That's what's interesting, is that apparently there's more than one ransom note. And it would seem that one of these notes, they had privied information to prove. Now, there's a million and one things, my friends. You can still fake a ransom note. You can hack security cameras. You can have inside sources. You can even have somebody walk past the house and then say something that most people overlook, like the garbage can was knocked over, and be like, we know. It doesn't mean the ransom notes are legit. So this is where we come to this story from The Guardian. Savannah Guthrie releases video appealing for proof of her missing mother is alive.
Holy shit, like this is all sorts of real.
On behalf of our family, we want to thank all of you for the prayers for our beloved mom, Nancy. We feel them, and we continue to believe that she feels them too.
Mama, if you're listening, we need you to come home. We miss you.
Our mom is our heart and our home. She is 84 years old. Her health, her heart is fragile. She lives in constant pain. She is without any medicine. She needs it to survive. She needs it not to suffer. We too have heard the reports about a ransom letter in the media. As a family, we are doing everything that we can. We are ready to talk.
Yep.
However, we live in a world where voices and images are easily manipulated. We need to know, without a doubt, that she is alive and that you have her. We want to hear from you, and we are ready to listen. We will not rest. Your children will not rest until we are together again.
You can never give in to ransom demands.
Yeah. I don't know, it just depends. Depends on your situation, depends on how much money you have. Depends if the people that are receiving the ransom note, maybe have other, they're gonna be like blackmail stuff as well. But yeah, in general, though, in situations like this, that seems pretty cut and dry. They're, involved with law enforcement in order to find her. Uh, yeah, you essentially don't want to do it, or at least you want to make them believe that you are going to do it when the cops are just going to get you. But the thing is, with Bitcoin, I'm a little confused there, because Bitcoin, when you transfer it, it's still a ledger. Like, they still know where it's going to be going. So it's not the smartest play, because it still can be tracked to a certain extent. But I do understand not wanting to meet in person. Uh, Definitely more exposure of someone getting caught. But thing is, if you send it wirelessly by any means, then they could kill grandma and then just walk away.
And this is something that everybody needs to understand. You tell these people you will pay them, you make it worse. I'm sorry, that's reality. You want to buy a lottery ticket and hope they don't kill your family member anyway? You tell them that you're willing to pay a ransom demand, and they know that you are fair game, and they will come for you. I did hostile environment training, and
You have been mentioning that a lot, Tim. We know. You've been mentioning it a lot.
We were trained specifically on what to do if you're kidnapped, how kidnapping works in a lot of these war-torn countries, North Africa, Middle East. And you know what they told us? If you're an American, don't worry. They said special forces guys are going to land in a helicopter at 3 a.m. with night vision on, and they're going to execute anybody who took you, and they are going to bring you to safety. The American policy has long been, if you take an American, you will die a painful death, and maybe even your family too, while we're at it. They're not going to waste time trying to figure out who's an enemy combatant. They're going to go in and they're going to clear the room. And the reason why they say this is because they want these kidnappers to know the only thing you will get if you touch an American is death. And so we have many stories where there will be a European and an American guy where let's say they're in one of these regions and they're journalists. They will get kidnapped. They will check the identifications of the individuals, and they will kick the American out of the car and leave because they don't want to die. But they also know this. The policy of many European countries is to...
That is a benefit of being being a citizen in the for the United States. Our military is really fucking scary. You don't want to be on the other end of them in another country, because if you're holding an American citizen hostage in another country, you, the kidnappers, do not have rights. You will be shot. You will be killed. And we're bringing our citizens back.
Just pay it. Get the person back. And so what happens is this is what we were told in the training. Some of these individuals, Spanish and German, are the most notorious for getting kidnapped because their government will pay up to $4 million for these victims. And it's a very female-coded thing, I guess. Just pay them. Just pay them. You are telling them to do it again. So there's this movie. I think it's Mel Gibson. I can't remember. But there's a lot of movies like this, such a masculine coded thing, where they get a call from the kidnapper and they're like, we want $1 million. And he's like, I'll tell you what you'll get instead. I will find you and I will kill you.
He's talking about the movie Taken with Liam Neeson, not Mel Gibson. But it wouldn't surprise me if Mel Gibson was in a similar type of movie.
And I think that's the important message. If people believe you are weak and you will give them money, then they're going to target you and your family. But if they believe the only thing they will get is flayed alive in front of their children, perhaps they will think twice. So I can't imagine what it must be like for the Guthrie family. I know, maybe it sounds a little bit brutal, but I'll just tell you, man, one of my favorite movies is Law Abiding Citizen, but my only issue with it is that he didn't go far enough. I'll leave it at that.
If you haven't seen Law Abiding Citizen, it's a badass movie starring Jamie Foxx and Gerard Butler, where you're kind of rooting for the bad guy the entire time. And I understand Tim Pool's feelings there. Some guys you just don't fuck over, and the whole movie is just to make a point. But you have I heard about Bitcoin crashing down? Yes, I did. Actually, I was going to get into that. Again, I am semi-professionally retarded, and I don't understand these kind of things. But Graham Stephan.
What's up, guys? It's Graham here, and we're okay, in all seriousness, even though Bitcoin was the best performing asset of 2024 and of the last decade, today the tables have completely turned. Bitcoin is quickly falling, down 45% from its all-time high.
Ooh, 45%? I still have no idea. God, man, I was that guy in 2008. I mean, I was in high school, and I remember hearing about Bitcoin. It sounded so stupid to me. It sounded so dumb. And if you bought Bitcoin back then, like say you got $5 worth of Bitcoin, and you saved it and didn't even purchase any more, you would be a millionaire. Because it was so fucking cheap. It was like negative cents out of negative cents out of like not negative cents, but 0.000000659, like multi-millionaire status if you just would have had Bitcoin, like $5 worth of Bitcoin in 2008 at the time. I still am kicking myself in the fucking ass for not just doing that.
People are getting their entire accounts liquidated overnight. And even Michael Saylor, who owns 3.4% of all Bitcoin in existence, is now more than $6.5 billion underwater. So now that people are once again mortgaging their homes to buy the dip, I think it's critical that we talk about what's happening, the bull and bear case for today's value, how bad the sell-off could realistically get, why some people believe it could be going down to zero, and when you should actually buy in based on the data. Because here's the reality. This sell-off isn't random. It's not retail panic. It is something much bigger. And once you see it, you'll understand why this next move matters so much more than anything else that's happened before. Although before we start, if you appreciate the last minute breaking news videos like this, it would mean the world to me if you hit the like button or subscribe if you haven't done that already.
Let's see. I believe I'm subscribed. Graham Stephan. And if you're not subscribed to here, he's a cool dude. His podcast called the Iced Coffee Hour is pretty awesome as well. So I'd check that out. Should be on his channel profile.
Yes, it is dumb. Yes, I hate asking for it, but it does help out tremendously and is a thing.
Speaking of which, I hope you guys have liked and subscribed. I'd really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for doing that. Here's a picture of a flamingo. So thanks so much, and also big thank you to Incogni for sponsoring this video, but more on that later. All right, so let's not waste any time. Here's the reason we're seeing a Bitcoin sell-off. At this point, we really have 5 catalysts that are responsible for today's price collapse, with the first being, 1, investors are turning risk off. As mundane as it might sound, investors are rotating out of speculative assets and into more safe havens as economic uncertainty is increasing. After all, stocks are trading at relatively high valuations. 3 out of 4 conditions are met for AI to be considered a bubble, and with interest rates expected to remain relatively the same for the next few months, Bitcoin becomes a sell the news event, especially as people take their losses for tax loss harvesting. 2, the US dollar is strengthening. Here's the thing, most people purchase Bitcoin as a hedge against inflation, a weakening dollar, and less purchasing power. But when the dollar starts getting stronger, there's less of a reason to buy Bitcoin, and that leads to a sell-off, especially with 4, ETF sales are amplifying the crash. Just consider this.
So essentially, it sounds like to me the people that are holding a lot of the Bitcoin right now, let's just say they have just a random number, $10 million worth of Bitcoin. Let's just say that. Okay. So I think what Graham Stephan is saying is that because the dollar is getting stronger, so is gold, so is silver, and we're not worrying about inflation as much, and Bitcoin itself is still a volatile asset, and it's a pure digital one, where your assets are probably safer in gold or maybe in an index fund, for example. So maybe people are just getting out of the Bitcoin race a little bit, but they're probably not selling all of it off, but they're probably getting out of it, putting their funds into safer bets and keeping a little bit inside of Bitcoin. And because many people are doing this all at once, it's making Bitcoin not so valuable. But here's what's going to happen, guys. And this happens with every stock. It's happened with Bitcoin. Remember, Bitcoin lost almost 80% of its value 15 years ago or some shit like that, or 10 years ago. I forget how long it was. And guess what happened? People bought the dip. So I think that Bitcoin's going to be fine. But with my general dumbass retard understanding of it. So, but Graham will let us know here. Graham will let us know.
When you go and buy an ETF, that ETF must go and buy the underlying Bitcoin to hold as a reserve. Now, even though this works in favor of Bitcoin when the price is going up and the ETF is buying everything available, it also works in reverse, where people sell the ETF then has to sell the underlying Bitcoin, causing the price to
ETF, electronic transfer fund.
fall, causing people to sell even more of the ETF, causing the price to fall even further, creating a death spiral. On top of that, there's also no more new good news. For instance, a year ago, there was the promise of a strategic Bitcoin reserve. There was optimism around Bitcoin ETFs. It was assumed that we would just continue printing endless money. Gold had yet to steal the spotlight, and Bitcoin was positioned to be a dominating asset that would eventually increase to $250,000, $500,000, and even $1 million. But now, there's no more good news to look forward to. Most of the highlights have somewhat neutralized. Recent cryptocurrency legislation appears to have stalled, and there's the assumption that if we see another blue wave throughout Congress, they could move to further regulate Bitcoin in a way that suppresses its price, leading.
In other words, it peaked. See, that's the interesting thing, like in regards to like a company's regular stock, is that there is a product behind it. There's a company, there's people behind it. So if I'm talking about Microsoft or Apple, there's a physical product that is being sold. There are things to update. There's things that are being made. There, if you want to make fun of Microsoft and their, Copilot AI usage, yeah, more than fine. But at least they're selling something to their stockholders so that they either don't sell off their stock and keep it there, or else it's like, are you guys doing anything with the money that I just put in here, or are you guys just floundering around, right? So that, I guess that's something to think about in Bitcoin, because Bitcoin itself exists, and that's kind of it. There isn't a side project through Bitcoin, but there's like hundreds of different companies and industries that kind of use the algorithm of Bitcoin for its own purpose. So Bitcoin is the stock and it's the product, which it's a cryptocurrency is a strange product by itself. And don't even ask me about the blockchain, because I think blockchain technology is very interesting. Like, because of blockchain technology is the reason why we have the term Web3. Like, we're in the Web3 generation of the internet right now. And I think blockchain is an interesting technology that I hope is used for different things, not just Ethereum or Bitcoin. Like, I want to see what else it can do. Like, I don't know what else it can do outside of some sort of financial thing, but because of the way that it's set up and the way that it, the blockchain kind of talks to each other and all that, it's very interesting stuff. Like, remember, I'm a dumbass. Don't listen to me. I'm doing a general understanding of it, but I want to see other implementations of blockchain outside of cryptocurrency. That's what I want to see. And actually for good products, not like, God, I remember they tried to introduce it to the gaming industry a while ago, and it just did not go well. I think there's a lot of potential, but I don't think we're going to see that potential probably for the next few years, just because it's so crypto focused.
To fifth, a loss of conviction. A lot of investors no longer believe.
Daryl, come in. And I know many companies use it for tracking products, and a shipping company uses it. Okay. Well, the thing is, that's not advertised a lot. Like, that's very interesting to me. I would like to see that product, but that's behind the scenes thing. That's like a company product that they use behind the scenes, not something that's a consumer based product. You know what I mean? Like, that's business to business, not business to consumer.
that Bitcoin is a hedge against macro or geopolitical risks for the fact that gold rose 50% in 2025 while Bitcoin fell 7%. Instead, Bitcoin became a leveraged risk asset that was more so associated with speculative stocks. Even Deutsche Bank said that the recent sell-off is more likely about negative retail interest than any one-off event. Or put more simply, people are losing faith that Bitcoin is correlated to anything, causing them to sell off, which causes the price to fall even further, causing people to lose more interest, causing them to sell off. Now, before we talk about whether or not this could soon be a generational buying opportunity that retires your entire bloodline, or the biggest mistake you're ever going to make, we got to talk about Bitcoin risks. To break this down, let's start with one of the most
Bitcoin's a risk? No way. Well, anything that you're exchanging in the stock market is always going to be a risk. There's always a bet. It's always a bet. Anything you do is always a bet. And also just hope that you have good insurance, or man, anyone that was doing a short against Bitcoin, I don't know if you can do that, but if you can short Bitcoin, those people made a lot of money in the last few days.
Respected investors of all time, Warren Buffett. He's famously said that you can't value Bitcoin because it's not a value-producing asset. If you buy—
See, that's what I was saying, is that it's not like it as a share or a stock is the product. Like, it's not doing anything else but gaining value. But once it gains value, yes, you have more money, but what's backing it up? Like, there's no company with an actual product really backing it up. There's just companies that are using Bitcoin to make more Bitcoin to make more money, right? Like, its only value is to make money, and that's it.
Buy something like Bitcoin or some cryptocurrency, you don't really have anything that's produced anything. You're just hoping the next guy pays more. In essence, this is why he's repeatedly referred to it as a gambling token, to the point where he wouldn't pay $25 for all the Bitcoin in the world. Now, to clarify on this point even further, he explained that assets to have value have to deliver something to somebody, and there's only one currency that's accepted. You can come up with all kinds of things. We could put up Berkshire coins, but in the end, there's no reason in the world why the United States government is going to let Berkshire money replace theirs. Now, even though this seems like a fairly rational explanation on the surface, his late partner Charlie Munger had much more vulgar things to say. Like in the past, he's called Bitcoin rat poison that will go to zero, that it's crazy stupid gambling. Anyone who disagrees is an idiot.
I mean, that's what I was saying back in 2008. But I guess the big question is not that it was never going to crash, but when. Because it has crashed before. I think the bigger question is it going to recover? I don't know. Am I stupid for saying that? I might be stupid for saying that.
And compares it to, and I quote, somebody else is trading turds and you decide I can't be left out. But even though some people have been vehemently against it, others have slowly switched their tune. For example, Jamie Dimon of JP Morgan previously said that Bitcoin was worthless and a tool for criminals, although now his firm says that it has better long-term appeal than gold. Or take the billionaire Ray Dalio. He previously called Bitcoin a bubble, but now refers to it as one hell of an invention. Even take Larry Fink from BlackRock. Years ago, he said that Bitcoin was an index of money
I
laundering.
hope this made your day. Keep going great. Thumbs up emoji.
Wow. Thank you very much. Like, Vic over here, like, another, like, $20, dude. Like, man, thank you so much. You didn't have to do that, dude. But, man, I need to get more memes going on. And man, I don't have my counter on today. Hold on 1 second. We'll just skip to, you know what? We'll do this.
Yo, this is Recap Raps. Get your bros together, because we're about to do the Lord of the Rings trilogy right now. Get ready. Here we go. Check this long postcard for a country that's more New Zealand than sheep playing rugby. It's an epic from Tolkien's pages, an awesome tale of bromance for the ages. In the Shire, it's a pleasant place with meadows and trees and flowers and scary face. Run from the Nazgul and run into Strider, who's actually Aragorn and loves Liv Tyler. Take it up to Rivendell where they meet Agent Smith. My soul, my bug, my axe, Fellowship, Moria, cave trolls, holy shit, Balrog. You shall not pass. Later, Gandalf, visit with Galadriel where everybody's safe. Visions in the water and even more scary face. Meanwhile, Saruman just kinda chills, and of course Sean Bean goes and gets himself killed. Power Trio leaves to throw down. Frodo saves Sam so he won't drown. That's what these movies are all about. Just a bunch of bros just broing out. Lord of the Rings. It is all about bros, helping bros. Tell your bros, come and sing. They will not be opposed, they are bros.
broke. Frodo and Sam on a lonely road until they meet a new bro with a split perspective. He wants the help, but he wants the precious. March through the forest and a flash of light. Is it Saruman? No, it's freaking Gandalf the White. In Rohan, Wormtail's up to something. Kick his ass, free King Benjamin Button. Gotta lead the city so they don't get slaughtered. Play Aragorn, puts the Theoden's daughter. Holy shit, orcs on orcs attack, and then Aragorn dies. Take Aragorn's back. Pippin and Merry are also there too, broing out in the forest with blood. Back to Helm's Deep, where soldiers get rattled. Uruk-hai march, crying out for a battle. Arrows fly, kill counts, rain keeps pouring down. Orcs ran the door, no one's safe or sound till they turn around. Gandalf's back in town, cause bros don't ever let a bro down. Lord of the Rings, it is bros being bros, helping bros. Girls are welcome too. Well, of course they are bros for all bros. Fellowship bros head to Isengard. Saruman trolls, but he dies hard. Faramir wounded and his father in turn lights a pyre, catches fire, takes a dive, sink, burn. Pelennor fields fighting orcs and the Witch King. Legolas and Gimli keep their friendly competition. Get a clutch assist from Ghost Hunt and Aragorn. I am no man. They have victory at Pelennor. Smeagol leads the hobbits to a spider. Whoa. Frodo Rapid Sam becomes a fighter. Bro, cuts it with Sting and then Frodo gets taken. But nobody's safe while Rudy's rampaging. Mount Doom almost there, Frodo gets pooped. What's Sam gonna do? I can carry you. Surprise, bitches. Fight digit, tables almost turn. Gollum in the ring and the lava sick burn. Mordor goes tits up, Sauron collapses. Giant eagle save. Really? Time elapses. Frodo wakes up, bro scream and shout. Bouncing on the bed, just broing out. But we're not done yet. Aragorn's king now. Liv Tyler's fine, they immediately make out. Bro hugs all around, hobbits don't bow down. Ended on a zoom out. How you like your bros now? Oh, we're back in the Shire. Hobbits drink away the events that transpired. Sam meets a girl and they quickly have Frodo's nook. Suppose he needs to wrap up writing the book, and that's gotta be it. Hold on, no. Frodo's gotta leave again on a boat, and that's the end. Wait, we're back in the Shire? Sam's got a family. Cool, man, I'm tired. Close up on a big-ass yellow door, and... oh, thank God. That was the Lord of the Rings trilogy, y'all. This is recap wrap.
Okay, guys, I did the calculations while that was going. We technically hit tier 1, so it's pink mask time, which means some pink ladies are going to entertain you while I put the mask on. So just give me a minute, okay? Okay, the pink mask is on. The tier $100 has been reached. Thank you so much. Big shout out over here to to Vic over here on YouTube Shorts. Thank you so much for donating to the channel. I really do appreciate it. Wait, that reminds me, I need to fix something, and it's not letting me fix it. So, yeah, ignore the little poll there. It's not working anymore. I don't know. I need to figure out what's wrong. But anyway, why do I feel we need the end of the video be nobody putting on whatever color of the hood? Oh, let's see. Oh, you might have. I don't know. I can't really see through my my multi-chat function. But yeah, thank you so much. Right now we're going over financial stuff with Graham Stephan. Because ladies be expensive, people. So maybe that's why people are selling off their Bitcoin. They can't afford the bitches. Yeah, I know. I look ridiculous. I look ridiculous.
But now he admits it's a legitimate financial instrument with potential to outperform the internet. That's why I've recently had several analysts come out with some pretty staggering price predictions over the next few decades. Like Kathy Wood doubled down on her Bitcoin position. Michael Saylor still believes it'll eventually hit $10 million, and Robert Kiyosaki has cash in hand to buy more. However, I'm not gonna lie, this could also be the beginning of a much broader and much worse sell-off that lasts a lot longer than people expect. Like Stifel analysts are expecting it to fall to 38,000. Previous crashes have been as high as 75 to a 90% loss, and there's now the narrative that we'll see $50,000 right around the corner. So in terms of my own plan, what you could do about this and what history suggests is most likely going to happen next. Here's what you came for, because
Okay. Graham Stephan predicting the future of Bitcoin here. Then again, he's more so a financial expert than I am. He's had his tussles before, a few controversies. I will say those were out of his hands, though. So I think that Graham Stephan in general is just a pretty decent dude.
This might wind up saving you a lot of money. Although before we go into that, I just gotta say the biggest risk right now isn't what you invest in. Hold on one sec. Hello? It's a spam phone call. All right, real talk, if you're anything like me and you've been getting a ton of spam phone calls, emails, phishing attempts, and texts, here's the truth. While everyone is focused on what's happening in the markets, your personal information is quietly getting...
Now, just a general rule for this channel, when we're doing live reactions, especially this is a video that did come out today, which I usually don't do, but this is kind of very recent news that I personally wanted to know about. If a creator for a video has a sponsor, we do watch it. I think that's the respectful thing to do. And I do understand sometimes you lose viewers that way, but to me, that's the respectful thing to do.
Sold and reused behind the scenes, which ends up costing you time and money without you even noticing. That's why being diligent is much more than just saving money. It's about protecting what you already have. Thanks to our sponsor, Incogni. For those unaware, Incogni works by reaching out to data brokers on your behalf, requesting that your personal data be removed, and then dealing with any objections that they might have. Then from there, since some data brokers continue collecting your information...
Yes, I do understand that I look like a used tampon. I do understand this. Hopefully, sometime next month, we will be picking out new masks for the tiers. But for now, this is the one that I'm stuck with for tier 1.
Even after they've removed it, Incogni makes sure your information stays off the market by conducting repeated removal requests. This helps cut down on the number of spam phone calls and emails you get, while simultaneously protecting your privacy. In addition to that, Incogni's Unlimited feature now allows you to submit individual links for removal. Using their customs removal feature, if you Google yourself and you find your information on some shady website, you could literally just copy that link, send it to Incogni, and their team will work together.
The only exception is if it looks like a scam. That is my only exception. I will skip a sponsorship if it looks like a scam to me.
Get it taken down for you. Plus, you could submit as many of these links as you want. All you have to do is create an account, grant them the right to work for you, and then sit back while they keep you updated every step of the way. So if you're interested in having your personal data taken down, check out Incogni by going to incogni.com/Graham, and make sure to use the code GRAHAM at checkout to get 60% off an annual plan. The link is also down below in the description. On top of that, they're also available risk-free for 30 days, so anyone could try it out, give it a shot, and if you're unhappy, you can get a full refund. Again, there's no reason not to give it a shot. Thank you so much, enjoy, and now let's get back to the video. All right, now in terms of what history says is most likely likely going to happen next, let's talk about the Bitcoin cycle. To start, it's important to keep in mind that over the last 5 years, despite one of the fastest sell-offs we have ever seen in history, Bitcoin is still up 67%. Since February of 2020, it's up more than 500%. And by all metrics, it is still significantly higher than what most people thought it would be worth 10 years ago. Although with all of that in mind, it is important to remember that Bitcoin is incredibly risky and volatile to the point where seeing almost all of your money wiped out in a few years is not unusual whatsoever. For example, in 2018, it fell 83%. In 2021, it fell 50%. In 2022, it fell 74%. And that is just the tip of the iceberg. In 2011,
because people buy the dip. They buy the dip.
fell 99% after the Mt. Gox cryptocurrency exchange was hacked. In August of 2012, it fell 56%. In April of 2013, it fell 83%. In March of 2020, it fell 50%. You see where I'm going with this. Through today, it is normal for Bitcoin to rally to unbelievable highs to the point where everyone thinks they have to buy in immediately or they're going to miss out getting rich. Then it sells off 80%. Everyone believes this crash is different. People lose a ton of money. And the narrative changes from, I want to get rich to, well, I learned a lesson and I'm never going to do that again. Of course, it is important for me to mention that just because Bitcoin has recovered in the past and then proceeded to go to all-time highs doesn't mean that will continue in the future. And there is a chance that this time is actually different. But I remember...
Well, the question is, and again, I'm not a very informed person on this, so what I want to know is what makes this different than any other time? Like, did people just... Because what it sounds like to me is that, like, maybe some guys that like had their number, like once Bitcoin reaches to this amount per Bitcoin, and depending on how much they have, they just decide to sell off, and then all of a sudden you see a 3% reduction, and then all of a sudden so everyone sees the 3% reduction, everyone freaks out, and then they just sell off, and then everyone's like, wait a minute, we were all participating in this? Like, it was just one guy who sold, like, who had a lot of it and had like 3% of it? Oh, okay. Maybe we overreacted. And maybe that's a possibility. It is.
Making videos on Bitcoin when it was barely hitting 1,000. I was there when it crashed from a high of 17,000. I made a video when Bitcoin was $3,500, and literally nobody cared. It was one of my least viewed videos, purely because there was no hype around it. I then made videos when Bitcoin was 30,000, 100,000. I remember every single time people said, oh, this time is different, and then something changes and the narrative completely flips. The same could be said about the Bitcoin 4-year cycle. For the last 15 years, Bitcoin has gone through a rather predictable phase, where people begin accumulating, the price starts growing, a bubble occurs with parabolic expansion, then the price crashes 80%, and we start the process over again. I also find it funny that this person on 4chan seems to have correctly predicted the Bitcoin's all-time high back in 2023. And this person on 4chan seems to have correctly predicted
Bitcoin, ATH, October 6th, 2025. This was back in 2023. ATL to all-time low to all-time high. 2021 to 2022. The pattern would print this cycle's all-time high on the 6th of October, 2025. People want to believe otherwise, but the simulation will repeat itself. So apparently this guy was just a few months off, which is still really impressive.
The Bitcoin's all-time high back in 2023. And if this person is still accurate, we'd probably see an all-time low around October of 2026. That's why, in terms of what I think, what's most likely going to happen next, and how you could have the best chance at coming out ahead profitable, here's what you came for. To start, let's just get this out of the way. I'm seeing a lot of posts about Michael Saylor and MicroStrategy being underwater to the point of getting liquidated and collapsing the entire market. So let's just set the record straight.
I have no idea who those guys are.
Michael Saylor cannot get liquidated. Look, for those unaware, MicroStrategy currently owns about 3.5% of the entire Bitcoin supply, or around 735,000 Bitcoin. That's a lot. He could theoretically collapse the entire market instantly if he was forced to sell. But that's not how his fund works. It's not like Bitcoin hits 60,000 and he's forced to sell everything to pay back investors. Instead, he operates by issuing what's called convertible debt that really acts more like a long-term loan. In this case, people give Michael Saylor money, he buys Bitcoin with it, and those people could get paid back in a few years in either cash or in MicroStrategy stock if the price is higher. Really, the biggest risk here is that Bitcoin's price stays absurdly low for many years on end. MicroStrategy has to then pay back investors, and they have to dilute current shareholders by issuing way more stock to raise cash to pay back old investors. I suppose in an absolute worst-case scenario, he could theoretically sell off some Bitcoin, but that would be the nuclear option, and I just don't see that happening. Second, I also see a lot of concerns about quantum computers rendering Bitcoin worthless. But so far, these quantum computers don't exist. Bitcoin can always be upgraded to become quantum resistant. And even though, yes, it can be a concern for the future if the network doesn't adapt, realistically, it's not something to be concerned about right now. That's why, in terms of my own strategy going forward, forward and what I am doing, here are my thoughts. Overall, my philosophy is this. I'm totally fine holding 5 to 10% of my portfolio in a Bitcoin ETF, knowing that I don't need the money, and if the price falls 80%, it's a risk I'm willing to take. Yes, it would suck to see the price fall 80%, but I treat this as I would any other investment. I just dollar cost average on a regular basis. I keep buying if the price goes up, I keep buying if the price goes down, and if it's worth more in the future, great. I've been doing this off and on since 2017, and I'm just not bothered by the price. The way I see it, so far, Bitcoin has not done well when the overall market is falling or against fears of an economic slowdown. So
I think I let him go on for a little bit, but that's a whole lot of mumbo jumbo. You really can't predict markets ever. You're trying to predict hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people who have bought into Bitcoin, who have, immediate access to information at the drop of a dime. So Bitcoin, I think it's going to be sticking around for the foreseeable future. Just in general, whether it goes up or down, like, honestly, that's kind of a secondary thing. It's going to just stay alive. I don't know. That's just me, though. That's just me.
doubt it's going to serve as a safe haven like gold, but I've also noticed that usually, when everyone has lost hope and everyone thinks this time it's over, historically it's usually not a bad time to buy. The only investors that I've ever seen consistently make money are those who buy, they're not affected by short-term price, they don't keep their Bitcoin on any exchange, and they just hold through it while regularly taking profits as they need to. I know it sounds boring, but it's true. Those investors are not going all in, they're not gambling, they're not trying to risk money they can't afford to lose, they don't get emotional, they just buy consistently and hold. That's it. That's why I've personally taken the approach of investing a small part of my portfolio in a Bitcoin ETF with the mindset that one day it could either be worth $1 million of Bitcoin or $1. Either way, I'm okay. To me, this is the best of both worlds because I get the upside if it appreciates in price and I limit my downside if everything collapses since I'm not going all in. And also, if I could offer one more piece of observation, it's this. Don't buy the hype and don't sell the fear. Anytime I get that feeling of, ooh, I'm missing out, it's going higher, it's usually a bad time to buy. Just like when I get the feeling that, oh, maybe I should sell because it's going to keep dropping in price and this is over. Usually, so far that's been a good time to buy. I've also seen every single this time is different argument for the last 10 years. Every time it is different. Every crash is different. No two collapses are the same. They're for entirely unique reasons.
Yeah,
but so far we get through these cycles where there's doom and gloom everywhere. Bitcoin's price does.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like he's going in circles at this point because it's like he gave a prediction and then is like, well, here's some advice, but majority of the smart people are just, as long as they're not investing emotionally, like going into hype, because smart people in general, you put, just like with any investment, you put money into the stock market that you're willing to lose. That goes with Bitcoin, that goes with Ethereum, that goes with any sort of investment. So as long as it was money that you were okay to lose, you're going to be just fine. You're going to be just fine.
Nothing for years after falling 80%, and then out of nowhere, something happens. Obviously, that's not guaranteed, but you don't get rewarded for something without a lot of volatility. The truth is, your chance at making money is directly correlated to the likelihood that you lose money. That's really the trade-off you're making, because it's almost impossible to value Bitcoin. It doesn't produce any cash flow, and it's not promised that the next cycle is going to look anything like the current one. The long-term outcome of this is really going to depend on adoption, regulation, technological relevance, and how it fits into a broader financial system that's still evolving. That's why if somebody chooses to invest, the rational approach is to size it small enough so that any fluctuations don't have any impact on your life. Assume that any drawdowns are going to last a long time and are going to be extremely uncomfortable, and avoid relying on it for things that so far just hasn't proven to be, like a hedge against a recession. Bitcoin could certainly be a growth asset with asymmetric upside, but it's not a shortcut. It's not a replacement for long-term investing, and it's not a...
So essentially, just be smart. like people are freaking out. It's like, as long as you were smart, you should be fine. Anyway, we're going to end it a little easier here. It's at the very tail end of it. This is Graham Stephan's video right here, if you want to take a look or if you're interested. But it does seem like it's not breaking news, because I think people were kind of... There we go. So Kamala Harris... Hold on, guys. Looks like Kamala Harris had a little announcement, and we're going to take a look at it real quick.
Now, yesterday, a lot of people were hypothesizing what was Kamala Harris announcing. Kamala Harris hints that she may announce the 2028 presidential run tomorrow. They have announced something big. They announced something really big. Welcome to Headquarters 6-7.
They can't be this dumb. They can't. They can't be this dumb. I don't know. Like every time like there's an announcement that some washed up politician does nowadays, especially on the Democratic Party, it does happen in the Republican Party. We've seen it. They make a big deal out of something that has barely even happened yet. And just based on the post that he's reading, I give it 2 months. Whatever it is. I don't even know what it is. But I give it 2 months.
Madam Vice President, what's going on with Kamala HQ?
Well, I'm so glad you asked. I have good news. So Kamala HQ is turning into headquarters, and it's where you can go online to get basically the latest of what's going on, and also to meet and revisit with some of our great, courageous leaders, be they elected leaders, community leaders, civic leaders, faith leaders, young leaders.
So you built a social media site for progressives? Blue Sky already exists, and there's crazy people there. So what are you doing? How much liquor have you drank today, Kamala? Was it tequila? Was it vodka? Have a few pints of some IPAs? Like, I'm a little curious here. Just a little curious.
I'm really excited about it. So stay engaged, and I'll see you out there. Thank you.
Oh my God. And somebody says she's dressed like the Joker. Wait a minute. Wait a.
Oh, God.
Oh, wait a minute. Same pocket on the coat? Wait, yo, it's actually the same one. Is anybody saying this?
The Joker was wearing a woman's suit the entire time? Yeah, I could see him doing that.
Yo, what? How did this really? Like, how did this happen? So, headquarters news. Let's pull up the new website. Type your email. No thanks. What says here? I know this past year has not been easy on us. And this is from Kamala Harris. Can I write something? Dick ass. I can't. I don't want to do an email. So there's only 75 more comments. You love genocide, you evil clown.
Oh,
so
God.
all they're doing is arguing about Palestine. Oh my God. Derailed on day one. So Kamala Harris has been reduced to a Quip Farm account. Let me look at the quote retweets for this, okay? 6-7 in the ad. Gen Z-led progressive content hub. Reeks of millennial. Kamala Harris. Podcasts with diverse leaders. Oh no.
2 months. 2 months. It's not going to last 2 months. It is going to crash and burn. Unless George Soros is just going to keep it running for some dumb reason.
Uh-oh, GOP, thumbs up. Isn't she in massive debt from the presidential campaign?
Yes.
No, I figured George Soros will pay it off. It'll be fine. CNN, that's probably, even CNN said it's cringe.
By the way, the handle they're using, you can see there, we're zooming in on it, at headquarters_67.
The meme has passed. Hassan Piker shocking his dog lasted longer than 6-7. You want to know why? Hassan Piker's shocking his dog is still relevant because he keeps saying dumb shit. Kamala keeps saying dumb shit and is not relevant. and allegedly a drunk.
6'7", as the kids used to say. Well, used to say a lot of things. And I think they also used to say, that's probably cringe.
Cringe hasn't died. Cringe is universal.
By the
That's true. You're right. So she's getting roasted on CNN. Oh my God.
There's our friend of the channel, Cult Classic Cage, accidentally clicked on her, but we're gonna do something different, guys. So a few weeks ago, Turkey Tom was getting canceled, and it was incredibly hard to figure out what was going on. Like, Cam Nuggets had 3 different videos on it, had to do with some sort of sexual stuff. It was very confusing for me to follow. Like, there wasn't like a general timeline. But it does look like Turkey Tom not like, when someone has receipts, holy shit. Has Turkey Tom vindicated himself because he brought the receipts. Now, there is going to be some language that's going to be used, so don't have kids around. But in general, bitches be crazy.
I'm sorry that this response took so long. I wanted to make sure I had all the facts together before saying anything. Recently, I've been accused by an ex-girlfriend, along with an ex-partner, of non-consensually filming sexual encounters, being so rough and inconsiderate during sexual encounters that it bordered on assault, encouraging eating disorders, being into age play, along with a litany of other completely baseless, false accusations. The 2 women who are accusing me, Sacramento89, real name Rowan, and Left 4 Dead, real name Katie, took to gossip forum Kiwi Farms to post the accusations, along with carefully cherry-picked screenshots to back up their claims.
Remember, there's 2 sides to every story. Women say how they feel majority of the time of what they experience. Men usually use the facts of what they experienced. 2 very different things, guys. 2 very different things.
These claims aren't super difficult to debunk just because of the overwhelming amount of evidence I have on my side. So without further ado, let's start with Sacramento or Rowan. This is a girl I dated for about 7 months, from May of 2025 until January 10th of 2026. 4 days later, she made her first post.
Okay. So 4 days after they broke up. So, hi, Kiwi people. I dated Tom for a few months after meeting him on Tinder. I'm not super into internet stuff, and I had no idea what Kiwi Farms was. But this page was always his #1 search Safari thing that pops up on iPhone. I don't know if I believe that. When he went to Google something. When I asked about the website, he got super defensive and weird about it. So I obviously looked into it and found all of this crazy shit, like him admitting to being bisexual. Messaged the owner of the website, Joshua Moon, to get the code to post here. I didn't know that's how Kiwi Farm worked. I don't have an account with Kiwi Farms. Basically, I started to get suspicious about all the e-girls he followed / interacted with, and he started raging at me. He also lied to me at first about the fact he does YouTube. He did some crazy shit, like kicked holes in the wall at a house he was renting because some e-girl who copies Belle Delphine got hacked, and the hacker was blackmailing him with his D pics. He continued to talk with her after the fact. I have screenshots confirming all of this attached a couple, but I think I have more. This guy is a real freak and likes to record adult encounters without asking first during almost every time. I know for a fact he's done this to at least one other girl, serial gooner, and has flown out several e-girls to sleep with. These are big accusations, people. He told me he has a file on his computer called Just In Case. That's basically voice memos or calls from his exes to blackmail them with in case they ever say something about him. Thought I would get the message out and confirm y'all's suspicions. Also, if this gets out, to warn other young women in the Texas area about this dude. Okay, so that's what she posted a few days, like 4 days later.
Here, she alleges that I am a real freak and like to, quote, record sexual encounters without asking for consent. This is blatantly untrue. I have never recorded any sexual encounter without explicit consent.
I have
As a
no
matter
idea.
of fact, with Rowan, she was the one who initiated the idea of filming sex acts in the first place. On Tuesday, August 19th, after...
Don't you love receipts, people? I love receipts. And Turkey, Tom, charge your phone, dude. Charge your phone.
For 3 months of knowing each other and being sexually active, Rowan texted me saying, you should get those meta glasses when you crack me. I responded by saying, for what? And she answers again, cracking time, alluding to me filming her with the glasses onboard camera. Now at the...
So we're at 124, and she claimed, where is it? Where is it? Oh, it's not popping up. And she claimed that he initiated stuff for filming adult activities.
Rowan texted me saying, you should get those meta glasses when you crack me, alluding to me filming her with the glasses onboard camera. Now, at the time, I did not feed into this. I did not show enthusiasm. I didn't even agree to get the glasses. I just responded and said, good night, sweet dreams. So 1 whole week goes by without us talking about it whatsoever. And then on August 25th, Rowan texts me saying, you should get those meta things for real. So I respond by saying, I think I'm going to avoid filming anything involving sex for a while, showing that I am clearly not the person interested in filming our sexual encounters. She is. As you can see in the text, even when I say I don't want to film us having sex, she pushes the issue.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's why you record it on the glasses. How does that prevent or change anything? I mean, I guess if it's just on a hard drive somewhere, it's fine. So even through the text, he seems cautious. Be like, not really into that. He is a YouTube personality. You do not want that kind of shit going out. So far, great start. Basically completely obliterates her in the first 2 minutes of this video.
Now, to be clear, we did eventually take videos of ourselves being intimate, but I was given explicit consent every single time. And on a few occasions, she even took the phone out of my hand and was holding it while filming us. To be clear, there was never a tripod or a hidden camera. It was always handheld, and in every single video, she was clearly aware of the camera, making eye contact with the camera lens. Also, on September 8th, Rowan texts me, I do miss it though, in regards to our sexual interactions. She follows it up by saying, send the videos. Keep in
Hold on. Okay, I can do that. In fact, I don't mind it. I'm getting off my soapbox now. I do miss it though. Send the videos. I won't leak it or be hacked or whatever. I bet she meant whatever. I can send them later though. I don't want to look at them right now, or I'm gonna pop a stiffy. I will watch and keep them close to my heart, like you, my little Tom. Dude, what kind of Turkey Tom, you packing, buddy?
Keep in mind, these are videos that she claims in present day were taken without her consent. She then goes on to say, and I quote, I will watch them and keep them close to my heart, clearly indicating she has no problem whatsoever with them existing. I'm an extremely paranoid person when it comes to my personal life and my sex life and my dating life. As a public figure, I just like to keep my private life private. So I was very hesitant to send Rowan any sexual videos we had taken. However, I did send her one single still image from one of the videos where my face is obscured. I guess there was some lingering thought in the back of my mind that if her accounts were not locked down super well, and if she had been hacked, then the videos could have been made public. Now, there's an implication she makes a few different times that I'm basically blackmailing her with these videos.
Somebody asked. Okay, so Kiwi Farms. Okay, yeah, I think this is with the owner of Kiwi Farms that is discussing with Rowan about this.
Asked if you had any intention of getting any sort of like law enforcement involved, but I feel like I feel like you answered this where you just want to try to compel him to delete whatever he has on you, and that's like the like the extent of your interest.
Yeah. And if he doesn't, I don't know. I'm kind of confused about what to do, but we'll see.
At no point anywhere did Rowan provide any proof of me threatening to release these videos of us having sex or threatening to send them anywhere. So she has no reason to believe that I would ever release them. The idea that I, a person who makes a living as a public figure, would publicly release videos of me fucking my ex-girlfriend to get back at her is so insane.
Well, there are some crazy people out there, men and women, who don't think it through and think it's the best, think it's like some sort of solution to a problem or just to get back at somebody. But in general, especially if you have any sort of significant following online, most of those people would think it would be a very dumb idea for me to do this, to even participate in any recordings. Like I remember, what was it? I forget what they called it. They called it something gate, Applegate. I forget. But a bunch of celebrities' nudes were leaked out, like Jennifer Lawrence's. Like her shit was hacked or something like that. And look, on one hand, I go, yeah, like probably not the smartest thing to do with a device that's connected to the internet. Okay. Look, I understand sexting. I understand like long distance stuff happens. But if you have a following, if you have a platform, if you're a celebrity in general, it's probably just the safer thing to do is to not participate in it. Just in general.
Not only would that incur reputational harm beyond belief, but also serious legal consequences. The only person who has ever sent an image of us having sex to anyone is, ironically, Rowan. Days after I broke up with her, she, without my consent, sent the only image she has of us having sex to the owner of Kiwi Farms. Here, listen to him describe it.
Oh, and one other thing, I forgot about this, but you actually, Sacramento had sent me a picture that was like censored. Apparently the only picture that he would send you is one where his face isn't clearly visible in it, but you can, I can tell the desk, like his computer is moved onto the table, but I can still see like the monster is like on the cozy that's like on the table, like in the exact same position. So I can tell that's clearly his desk.
I guess I just find it ironic that someone who's accusing me of blackmailing her with her nudes literally sent a picture of us having sex to a man that she has never met. Now, Josh recounts seeing this image and talks about how hard it looks like I was grabbing Rowan on the mouth, essentially using it as evidence to support another claim she makes that I'm too rough during sex, which I find very interesting because after I sent Rowan this photo, she texted me saying, "I like when you cover my mouth like that." Again, she texted
And he'll get to like probably why she did all this. Why she tried to expose Turkey Tom. Some bitches, they get attached and are a little cray-cray. Like, that's pretty much it.
Me asking me to send her the videos, and she says, "Yeah, whenever you're not locked in, send the videos. It will fix me for about a week. Goon sash." This is clear evidence that she has no problem with these videos existing. To this day, she has provided zero proof that the videos were recorded non-consensually, or that I was blackmailing her with them, or that I had any intention of sending them to anyone. Reason being, I never did any of those things. In Rowan's interview, she claims that I never asked for consent to film these sex acts, and says that she wouldn't notice I was filming until 30 seconds to 1 minute into it.
I'm not sure of an exact date, but maybe.
Bro turned off subscriber only mode because he ain't got nobody on the live. Oh no, I had a few people. I've made $100 on someone on YouTube Shorts. Yeah, a guy named Vic. I just didn't. I usually have it on because of people like you, but I just decided to turn it back on.
Maybe like 2 or 3 months into our relationship, he never asked me. He would just pull out his phone and record. And I wouldn't notice until maybe 30 seconds in a minute or a minute into it.
Now, I obviously can't and would never show these videos to anyone, but in them, it's undeniable that she is staring directly into the camera from the moment the video starts. She never once questions why I'm filming or what I'm doing, because the reality is that every single time we recorded, I had explicit permission. Ask yourself, how could she possibly have never consented to filming when she's literally holding my phone next to her face as she sucks my dick? In the
See, these are the real questions of our time, people. Who is holding the camera while sucking on peen? The real questions of our time. This is what we've devolved into for the unemployed.
interview, she says that what really concerns her is that I wouldn't send her any of the sexual videos we took.
I had asked him multiple times if he could please send me the videos so, like, he's not the only one who has videos of me naked. And he either ignored the question or was just like, no.
As I said earlier, I was paranoid to send these videos to anyone, even her, for fear of them leaking.
So, guys, believe it or not, I know, from the guy wearing the mask, I don't want you to see my undergarments. I'd rather not share my undergarments with anybody. Those are my undergarments. And if you want to see my undergarments, I have maybe a few more questions for you. Please don't, please get that out of your mind. You dirty, dirty boy. Or girl. Who knows? But especially as, like, I wouldn't consider myself I guess I could consider myself a public figure just because, you know, I'm online and I do this. But I have a mask on. I want to keep my private life, believe it or not, private. So if I'm wearing a mask, I'm not going to put myself in a situation where especially my undergarments are going to be shown online, okay? Just not going to happen.
Weirdly, in messages at the time, she seems to actually get it, saying, I want to see them videos, goon time, before following up by saying that she actually understands why I'm scared to send them to her.
So she wants to react to the videos that they made and then claims on Kiwi Farms that it was not consensual. You can't make this shit up. Guys, you can't make this shit up. Guys, stop putting your D in crazy. Okay? Stop it. Stop doing it. It's not a good idea.
Now we're going to fast forward to October 17th in our text, and Rowan says, do you ever go back and watch our videos? And I reply, yes, I do sometimes, actually. Rowan responds that she's thinking about that right now, and then says, quote, need that big white cock. It's also kind of strange.
I love receipts so much. I really, really do.
To me that at the time she referred to them as our videos, but in the present she's claiming she doesn't even want them to exist. On November 6th, Rowan asked me why I never ask her for nudes. I say I have a bunch of videos already and that's why. She does not express that she has a problem with me having the videos. She doesn't complain about it. She doesn't say they were taken without her consent. In fact, throughout the entire relationship, she was sending me nude photos of herself unsolicited every single month. Why would you send nude photos of yourself to someone you think could use them against you? Rowan personally posted
some random white guy, as someone who is married in Central Texas, married a Central Texas woman, you have to watch all of them like a chicken hawk watches chickens. So, okay. Focus on this part. Woman. Doesn't matter where they're from. Does not matter. Bitches be crazy. Bitches be lying. And they know how to cry on command.
Dozens of screenshots of our texts, and not a single one shows her bringing up any of the videos being non-consensual. Another interesting fact is that during our breakup, she texted me a pros and cons list, which she apparently had written about me on January 4th of 2026.
Pros and cons. Cons. Chopped in the face and thinks we're matched in looks. Cheated on ex. Follows his friends around like a dog. Has nothing to do with their relationship, but okay. Seems depressed all the time. No surprise. The thing is, if you're trying to get back into the relationship, you wouldn't be making a con thing, and it wouldn't be this long. Because look at this. The pros are this, and then you're making a cons list to try to get him back. Like, she did not think this all the way through.
And in the con section, she complains about a lot of things, but she doesn't mention non-consensual videos whatsoever. With that out of the way, we can move on to Rowan's claim that I was sexually abusive towards her. In that same pros and cons list, Rowan wrote, says he likes hurting me during sex and making me bleed. This also reflects her public claims about me, but the great irony is that I never even said this. She did. On September 14th, 2025, Rowan sent me a text saying, quote, I'm such a freak. I like when it hurts and bleeds after. Something Wong. And one of her public face
She did not think this through. She did not think this through. What a fucking dumbass.
post about me, she posts an interaction which reads as follows. She says, quote, like, we don't need to do it 3 times in one day or do it so hard I hurt and bleed. And I said, well, if you don't want to have as much sex, we don't gotta. We can do other things. And she says, okay, I like doing other things too. The way this screenshot is...
So wait, you expressed, that you're hurting a little bit. And then he reciprocated by saying, hey, maybe we should slow down. And that's a... What? How dare he consider your feelings and your body? Jesus Christ, people be dumb. People be dumb.
Cropped, it comes across like I'm some just super callous freak who's brutally jackhammering her vagina like Steve mining diamonds. But in the full uncropped screenshot, her immediate response to me after that is, I'm a freak, I say this, and as soon as I see you, I'm gonna be freaky again, I can't resist. In the interview, she elaborates on this even more, specifically claiming that she would bleed almost every time we had sex.
Okay, and you would bleed the
Yes.
same? And you didn't stop?
Yeah, I would bleed almost every time.
This is just blatantly untrue as well, and it's easy to see by going through our text messages. On August 17th of 2020,
Yeah, just practically. If there's anyone that has had, I won't say a decent amount of partners, but like anyone who has been with multiple people, like one, that's not very normal unless you have a medical condition. So like there's too many red flags, even from the very get-go of the relationship, that Mr. Turkey Tom, that you should have seen.
the day after my birthday, Rowan and I were planning to go to mass, and she wanted to have sex with me. So she texted me saying, Tom, I started my period. I was driving, so I couldn't say much, but I replied by saying, that sucks, I'm 40 minutes away. She follows up by asking me if I mind getting my sword bloody, and I say I'll be okay. So if it wasn't already clear, she's asking me if I'm okay with getting blood on my dick. Why would this be something she's even asking if every time we have sex, I'm making her bleed? Keep in mind, this is months into us going out and being sexually active, and she's still worried that the idea of bleeding during sex would gross me out. Now, as soon as she began posting about me, people were naturally perplexed by her claim that she was bleeding from sex.
Okay, I have an ex-girlfriend. This might be a little TMI here. Yeah, we dated for off and on for 3 or 4 years. She called her period Shark Week. For me, it was B and J's week for me. So every month I was excited for Shark Week.
Every single time. They asked if she had some kind of medical problem, and she says, I have no health issue that I know of, never bled during sex before. It was the aggression. Just gave into it after a while and told him I liked it, but I bled after almost every single time. I feel like most of this statement has already been dispelled, but even the smallest detail of no medical condition that I know of is also false. On September 24th of 2025, Rowan texted me saying that she's going to switch from her current birth control, Nexplanon, to the pill because she has month-long periods that cause her to bleed. So regardless of sex, Rowan admittedly bleeds for an entire month at a time.
You know that joke? Don't trust anything that bleeds for 1 week and doesn't die. This bitch was bleeding for a month. Look, I don't want to hurt someone's feelings for actual medical conditions, stuff like that, but when you're a terrible person, you deserve to be clowned on. I'm sorry.
One of Rowan's main criticisms is that I'm too rough. In fact, she describes our sexual interactions as intense, violent aggression every single time.
I genuinely did think that he would maybe change and stop being so aggressive, because he told me before that he would like kind of chill out, but he never did chill out, and it kept being the same very intense, violent aggression every single time.
She also alleges that I hit, choked, and beat her without asking, essentially painting me as an abusive partner.
Unfortunately, I did still stay with him, and I know a lot of people seem to have a lot of questions about that, and honestly, you were completely correct to question my judgment as to why I stayed with him, even though he was, hitting and choking and beating me.
There's this idea she's trying to paint that in the relationship, I was constantly pushing this rough, violative sex onto her, and even though she didn't like it and was being abused, she stayed with me. I've seen some people question her saying things like, well, if you hated it, why didn't you just leave? But realistically, sometimes people do stay with abusive partners, and I don't want to invalidate their stories through my response.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. I've had family members stay with, very violent individuals, men and women. And, God, like years of their life taken because they just would not leave. Either through financial reasons or just because they couldn't find really anyone else who they think loved them, or, every once in a while it was fear of death or fear of something happening to their children. Like there's a lot of reasons why, and I'm glad that Turkey Tom is addressing that.
Real reason that she didn't leave is because she loved having sex with me, and throughout our entire relationship was constantly begging me to validate her fantasies. In this first screenshot here, she expresses that she is a real freak and says that she wants me to kidnap her, even saying, I want to be tied up, taken to the woods, and pounded, so maybe there's something wrong with me.
Nothing wrong with that. Everything wrong that you're doing after.
Respond by saying that we should not have sex in the woods, and she says, you nervous? Right here in this next one, Rowan says, I yearn to be manhandled and led across a dark room. That's why I like you. I reply saying, you are like a dungeon person, and she says, you are big like a caveman and I feel small next to you. In fact, anytime I wanted to have more loving, slow, sensual intercourse with Rowan in the bedroom, she actually had a problem with that. I remember one specific instance where I was being more slow and sensual, and I remember her whispering in my ear saying, I want you to pound me. And that's probably why on June 5th, 2025, she texted me saying, I need to get face fucked for an hour. And I replied,
God damn. Just wow. So there are some curious things that are coming to my mind. Some questions like, did she talk about, I imagine that, they talked about other things other than adult stuff, right? I bet they have. And I know that in relationship, you get a little freaky in texts. I get it, especially if it's a partner that you trust and all that jazz. I don't know. Maybe I've been out of the game for a while, or maybe it's because I'm not as young as these guys. But if someone is if especially a woman is that interested in like getting down all the time, I mean, yeah, that's really exciting. But I'm also like, really? Like, okay, maybe I should be, tiptoe a little bit here. Like, take a step back and evaluate here, because I don't know, not a lot of you ladies exist, at least from my experience.
by saying, damn, exams suck. On June 7th, she texts me and says, I'm excited to get fucked borderline domestic violently. At one point in the interview, she states that one time I was angry at my ex-girlfriend, and that the next time we had sex, I was particularly aggressive. This is a very strange thing to accuse me of, given that on October 13th, Rowan says, verbatim, sometimes I want to fight you just so you be more angry when you fuck me. She clarifies saying,
this is actually a real thing. So I remember with the same girlfriend that I had, God, it's been forever, but like, I remember, like, great girlfriend, really nice girl. Honestly, I'm the one that ruined it. So she did say, with her first boyfriend, that like she would like cause situations to like, she would kind of create a fake argument so that the adult stuff was like angrily charged and everything like that. So yes, I have heard about that. Thankfully, I had a fairly honest girlfriend at the time.
I do like that, though, even without the fighting. So at every opportunity, this girl is publicly saying, oh my god, look at all this horrible shit he did to me. And then she's texting me that she wants me to kidnap her, tie her up, and pound her in the woods. And if anyone is putting up any resistance to that, it's me. She once again lies about weird little things in the interview. Like she says that I was her second boyfriend.
He was I guess my second boyfriend.
And when I heard this, I was very confused because she told me that I was her third. In my opinion, she said this to make herself seem less sexually experienced than she really is, to make the case stronger that I was taking advantage of her. Now, in this next post, she writes, again, I'm not alleging anything illegal, just that he would hit and choke because he was a super gooner. Sort of normalize it in my head, but it's definitely not okay to do that. So for information on how I supposedly normalize this behavior, let's go back to the beginning of our relationship and see what our conversations about sex were like. On Wednesday, May 14th, after only hanging out with Rowan once, she texted me saying she's excited to hang out with me again, and she already knows my penis is massive, without me saying anything sexual to her at this point. So as you might suspect, we did have intercourse on our second date, and after this first sexual encounter, Rowan texts me saying, quote, rape thing is so hot.
Holy shit. That's when you exit the building, dude. That's when you exit the building. You get out, you let the fire take over. Doesn't matter if you have insurance, you leave the building. It's there. You took your name off it. Leave. Once once a woman, God, if we call her that at this point, says shit like this, you leave. No, you like no.
I never did that before. You should tie me up next time. My response to this is consensual sex is good. And she says, you know what I meant by that. I don't know what to call it. So from the very first interaction we have, she calls our sex rape for some reason, saying how hot it is, to which I clarify that it was consensual, and she says, I know what you mean. And for the record, I never indulged in her fantasy to be tied up, just not something I was interested in.
I'm so getting demonetized on this. It's fine. It's fine.
In any way. And we also never did anything in the woods, in case you're curious about that. To hammer this point home, let's...
Good for you. Last thing you want is pine needles in your asshole.
Let's go over some more texts where Rowan talks about sex. On Friday, May 16th, she texts me asking when I'm free and says that she needs my, quote, big dick. And I say, don't say and she says, it is, and I need it. On May 18th, Rowan says she's not used to being with someone with as big of a dick as mine. She says that it hurt her, but she wants to do it again, and she won't be a pussy about it. Some of her public claims about me are more desperate and weird than others. Like she complains that I didn't eat her out.
Like, he never once ate me out, but he would demand that I would constantly suck his dick. And, like, yeah.
But here is a text message of me directly telling her, look, I'm a selfish lover. And she says, it's okay. I like sucking dick more than getting eaten out. I'm a real freak. Despite her acting like I am a like sexual degenerate, repeatedly doing sex acts she doesn't enjoy. Here she is saying, you match my freak, kind of. Not you're too freaky or we've been too freaky. She says that I match her freak. Here in this next...
This whole interaction, this whole situation, I hope, ends up in anthropology books. I really do. Like, there's a few good books that you guys could read from David Buss. One of them is called Why Women Have Sex, and the other is called, I believe, God, it's been a while, When Men Behave Badly, I believe. And it's all about sexual dynamics and power from a psychological evolutionary standpoint. And this kind of goes back to what I was saying the other day during the stream, where there's power that men have and the power that women have. Men exert their power via force. Women exert their power with soft power, with like conversation, intellectuals, emotionally manipulate. But when it comes to attacking people, because men, we're bigger and we're stronger, we use our physical force. If women want to go after somebody, and they do this to men and women, they go through reputation destruction. Since they don't have the physical force that we do, they do reputation destruction. And looks like that this girl, it's her first time with reputation destruction. Unfortunately, she did this with a very prominent YouTuber. And she did not read her own text messages before making all these claims. And this is shooting herself in the foot. Bigly.
Next one, she says, I'm getting on my knees as soon as I see you, by the way, freak mode. In this next one, I give a little bit of input. I tell her I'm thinking about her pussy. And she responds to me saying,
Can you imagine, like, in his situation? Like, imagine me right now. My phone's charging over there. The battery's probably busted. It takes forever to charge. Can you imagine me just being right here, being like, so I'm about to read about my sexual life against my will because I have to protect my reputation. Like, yeah, like it's kind of awkward to read your own shit knowing that it's going to be online. Hopefully that never has to happen to me again.
you gonna tear it up or what? Now, my question for you in the audience would be, do people who are
Allison
into slow,
Armstrong?
romantic, candlelit sex describe intercourse as their pussy getting torn up? I would say probably not. Here in this next one, she says she's going to leave mass early on Sunday to go get some dick. And keep in mind, I don't want to reveal any of this information, okay? I don't want to be saying this. I don't want to be here right now. And I would never intend on sexually shaming an ex-partner. But she's gone out of her way to not only shame me, but also to lie in an effort to paint me as some gooner, freak, borderline rapist. So let's keep going. Here, Rowan makes a post saying that I am a Patrick Bateman gooner because
I'm guessing the one Allison Armstrong with Modern Wisdom's Chris Williamson. Yeah, I saw that interview. It's really good.
I flexed in the mirror after we had sex. But the strange part about this is that I have a text of her saying, quote, I keep thinking about how hot it was watching myself take your big dick in the mirror. Gooner as fuck, sorry. Reading through what she says about me publicly, it's like every accusation she makes towards me is actually some kind of confession to her own behavior. On June 25th, she texts me wondering if she can give me head after getting her wisdom teeth taken out. She obviously wouldn't be able to do that because it causes your face to swell up like a blimp. And she responds with, no, I gotta do it as much as possible before. Here, Rowan's asking me, am I the tightest, most perfect girl you ever fucked? On July 2nd, she says, I miss that big dick so much, I'm under spells. On July 5th, I bring up us wearing condoms, and Rowan says, ew, no, and then tells me that she wants me to cream pie her, and that she's a real freak. After I say happy birthday, sweetie, for her 21st, she says that all she wants for her birthday is my big...
Does anything like this resemble abuse whatsoever or non-consensual behavior, guys? No, didn't think so. This... Oh, man. She picked the wrong fucking dude to lie about. She really did.
white. In this next one, she texts me saying, I miss feeling like I'm going to break in half, not gonna lie. In this next one, she says, I like when you make me choke on it and call me a good girl. On July 23rd, she says, can I come over and suck on it Friday night? Which I don't accept. I tell her that I'm busy. She then says, I have the big white cock addiction. Interestingly enough, in this next one, she's asking me if I can have sex with her while holding her in the air, essentially, and tells me that I should try to do it. Once again, a pretty bizarre thing to ask someone to do who allegedly has been abusing you for 3 months by now with overly rough sex. On July 21st, she starts off by texting me, I hate gooner men, and then not even 1 minute later, she says, I need that big white cock. On August 23rd, she says, whenever I wake up without my morning Tom face fuck, I am sad. On September 2nd, she expresses that she wished she lived closer to me, but if she did, it would be an issue because she would want to come suck my dick all the time. On September 17th, she sends me an Instagram reel of someone praying the rosary. I don't respond, and she follows up by saying, I miss that dick so much. Here in this next photo, she sends me a picture of her.
Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Okay. Like, there's gooning, and then there's like whatever this is. What? Oh, this is how. Turkey Tom, you seem to be a fairly rational individual. The red flags were there. The evidence was right there for you to leave, dude. This is what happens when your when your D is thinking more so than your actual brain.
In lingerie with the caption, when it's rape time. And after she said that, all I did was respond with a photo of the movie Just Friends. On Thursday, September 25th at 7:30 a.m., Rowan says, I hope you come. I got something special for our rape times. I say, change that to consensual sexual encounters, and she says, I know. She expands on this particular message and says, are you mad at me? I know it's consensual. So even as we're approaching over 4 months of being together, she's still telling me that our sex is consensual and that she likes it. Now that I've gone through a lot of our messages, I think it's pertinent that we get into the month of October. This is the month that Rowan has publicly claimed that there was one specific incident that occurred during which she asked me to stop having sex with her, and I did not. To be perfectly clear, this never happened. But just to have some fun, we can go through our text day by day in this month to see which day this horrific incident could have possibly occurred. On October 2nd, she texts me saying, you are...
So essentially, it's an October surprise. And if you live outside the United States and don't pay attention to our elections here in the United States, then that's probably going to go over your head.
perfect. On October 3rd and 4th, we hung out. She asked me if I got home okay, and she says that I am her formal date in her heart. She then says that she hates when anyone comments on her body, even in a positive way, and I tell her that she should eat slop and go for a walk and not worry about it, and that she is beautiful. On October 8th, she continues being sexual, complimenting my arm. She then resends me a meme that says, me if I do not have violent sex very soon. On October 8th, she also says, I miss my handsome husband. Here, I tell her I landed in Texas. She says, I miss sucking on it. She then texts me saying, you got to start putting rape time in your reminders. On October 9th, she says that she wants to hang out. I say I arrived. On October 10th, she says, let me know when you get back safe. I always have such a fun time with you. On October 14th, she says she wishes she was waking up to me in the morning, and she then expresses sadness that I'm not moving closer to the city where she's from to live near her. She then states that her life has improved since meeting me because previously she was partying and going out, and now she spends time with me. On October 15th, she says, I started my period. I wish I could come suck on it. And that evening, she says, I would kill myself if I had to talk to any other man but you. I say, that's true. I'm a nice guy. And she says, yeah, I'm the bad guy. On October 17th, we've already read this, but this is once again where she says, do you ever go back and watch our videos? And I say, yeah, I do sometimes actually. And she responds to me that she's thinking.
Man, if you're gonna lie about someone to this extent, like, have your fucking ducks in a row, dude. And going after a YouTuber is not the greatest decision I think you've ever made. Well, actually, yeah, going after a YouTuber is probably the worst, especially a seasoned one, is the worst decision you've ever made. What were you thinking?
About that right now and says, quote, need that big white cock. In the mirror, you deadass look like the Hulk compared to me. Now, one thing to note here is that at no point does she express that the videos were taken without her consent. Once again, I just want to have that hammered down here. On October 19th, she texts me saying she needs my milk right now. She then says, I miss my perfect jacked boyfriend, and that night she sends me nudes. At 10 p.m., she sends me a photo of a guy with a clock in his hand and says, I need that dick. On October 21st, I send her a bicep photo.
She'd be dumb.
She responds saying, you look good, Tom. I can't wait to suck your dick. She says, I love you. You're a great boyfriend. She then says, you never officially asked me to be your girlfriend, to which I say that we did. On October 23rd, there's proof we hung out that day. She then says, text me when you get home safe, and I say, I made it. She also texted me saying, I love when my bed smells like your musk. On October 24th, she says, good night, you're the best boyfriend ever. October 25th, she sends me a photo of herself in a deer outfit and says, meow, I miss Tom's big white dick. That night, she says, I'm going to send you ass pics tomorrow. On October 26th, we've read this one before, but here she says, next time during our epic rape time, you can tie me up. I say, you mean consensual sex? And she follows it up by saying, you know what I mean, Tom, rough sex. Once again, these are really weird messages to be sending to someone that you now claim is sexually abusing you on a weekly basis.
Yeah.
Now that evening, the evening of October 26th, you can see that I hang out at Rowan's house and I sleep over. Then there's a text that shows that I'm leaving and mentioned that I took my friend to the hospital. On October 27th, she says that she hopes I'm doing well. She loves me so much. On October 30th, she says that we'll be married in 2 years. October 31st at 12:30 in the morning, she texts me and says, I had a nightmare you broke up with me. Oh my God. She then says that I should cut a hole in my Batman suit for my dick. On October 31st in the afternoon, she says,
damn, this girl. Tom, what? You seem like a reasonable. What power, like, do you have that, like, this girl's worshiping your nether regions? Like, on one hand, I'm kind of impressed. On the other, man, you knew. I think in the back of your mind, I think you knew that you were making a terrible decision here. I think you knew. It's okay. It happens to us, man. We get one, maybe two. Just be a better picker. You have a pecker, but you need a picker. And right now it's broken. You got to heal the picker and get a pick me. There you go. See, I was able to weave it back around.
oh, Tom, I yearn for the big white cock. On November 1st at 1:20 a.m., she says, up? No good night? I love you? Yeah, it's fucking over. I tell her that I'm falling asleep, and she says, you was madly in love with her and not me. I'm gonna kill myself. I tell her, good night, I'll see you tomorrow, and I then say, do not say anything like that ever again. Now, for a little more context on this specific message and what she's talking about here, during our entire relationship, she was extremely insecure about the fact that before I was with her, I had lived with a girl, and she wanted me to basically show more commitment in the relationship than I was willing to show, as far as like moving physically closer to her. And at a few points, she suggested that we move in together, and I said, well, you know, it's just too soon. We're not really ready for that. I don't think that makes sense after dating for just a few months to move in together. So that's the context of this. She would constantly bring up.
When should like couples move in together? I mean, back in the day, it was, you know, you didn't move in together. Like, and I'm saying back in the day, like, you know, before feminism and modern women shit, back in the day, let's just say 1950s, okay? Yeah, dodged a bullet there, buddy. Well, he's dodging several bullets with all the accusations that she's made. But back in the day, you got married, then you moved in with each other. Or someone got someone pregnant, got married, moved in with each other, right? So in today's age, like what's a good rule of thumb? I would say 1 year. Like if things are going well after one year, basically at each other's place all the time, like majority of your time is spent with each other and everything's going well in that department. And then after a year of living together, then yeah, I think a 2 year, uh, 2 years in a relationship and moving in with each other, then I think that's when you can consider marriage. I think that's well, not that you can or can't, but I think that's a decent timeline in order to gauge, whether marriage is something to be thinking about or not, or having children just in general, right? At least that's my thinking of it behind it.
It and compare herself to my ex or ex-sexual partners in general, but my ex-girlfriend. And I was like,
See, I'm
don't
not
say
wrong.
stuff like that. Like, I'm dating you right now. Stop worrying about this. So later on in the night, she texts me saying, mass is needed. I am such a sweet girl and have love in my heart for you. I know this. And this carries into the morning where she says, hi, my sweet love. The next day around noon, she says, sorry for being kind of bitchy. Let me know when you're on your way. I say that I've arrived. We take a photo in our Halloween outfits. And on November 2nd, I say that I made it home. And she says that she hopes that I have a good day. So we've now made it through the entire month of October. And there's no indication of any kind of abuse, any kind of mistreatment, or even really anything negative. But almost every single day, she says something about how she loves me, how I'm perfect, how everything is good, and she keeps sending me sexual stuff the entire time without me even asking. At the risk of belaboring the point, I do want to go through a few more messages just for the hell of it, just so I can confidently show that she was extremely sexual the entire time and never expressed any reservations about the sex we were having. On Wednesday, November 5th, out of nowhere, she texts me saying, I'm trying to make you nut. I just don't respond. On December 12th, she sends me nudes again. Kind of a weird thing to send to someone who apparently has sexual blackmail on you.
Good for you, Daryl. Good for you. Like when you find a real one and you're secure in yourself, because right now, yeah, that's all 1 month, by the way. Like I've been single, and I'm not going to count anything that like lasted less than a month. So I've been single for probably around 10 years now. Had a few like 1 monthers in between, but like I really don't consider a relationship unless you're like officially dating for like 3 months. I mean that's when you get to delete it in my mind. I don't know. Like, I'm not in the place to kind of be dating right now. Uh, I'm just not. Between finances, trying to build this channel, um, currently not having a car. I mean, hell, my bike got stolen. Uh, sometimes you just need to know that you're just not ready yet. And I need to get out there even a little bit more. I want to get my finances in order. I want to, you know, once I get my finances in order, then I want to, start going to the gym, become a little bit more presentable. Like I'm not bad, but it could definitely be better. And then, get a car. Once I feel like that I'm ready for someone else, then that I'm ready. Um, Sometimes you really do have to understand when you're probably not in the prime pickings, due to your current either lifestyle or finances or all that jazz. And I would rather be in a better position to go out with somebody, or at least just even go on, first dates for that matter. Uh, and then, uh, pick up the mantle. And I think that men have to definitely consider that more so. So.
Again, is it not? On December 24th, she says that I am a sweetie pie. She's grateful for me. She wants to make me nut again in her words, and she hopes we're married for a long time. On January 2nd, she sends me a naked photo of herself again, unprompted. And the morning of January 8th, Rowan texts me saying that before she comes to visit me, she needs to know that my dick is working. Less than 36 hours later, I broke up with her. So as you can see, the texts don't lie. Rowan was blatantly the more sexual one in the relationship. I've produced evidence of this nearly every single week, and she didn't produce any because there isn't any.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I will say that currently, like, if one presented itself, I'd probably still be hesitant. I'll say that. At least that's my mindset currently.
But apart from the idea that I filmed her without her consent, and apart from the idea that I was a sexually abusive partner, she actually made some other claims as well. So another claim she made is that I encouraged her eating disorder.
Yeah, I told him very early on, like, hey, like, I've struggled with eating issues in the past, and I'm kind of still trying to gain some weight and make sure everything's okay. And he would tell me, oh, I love how skinny you are. I like how small you are, you know, like, I love how your body is, like, skinny, and, like, just say all this stuff that was incredibly hard to hear.
This is also a pretty serious claim, and if true, would undoubtedly make me a pretty fucked up guy. But
well, the thing is, like, we saw the other text where he's like, hey, it doesn't matter, you know, eat slop and then, you know, go for walks, do whatever you want. You know, he literally said that in a text message.
It's just not true. Here, I directly discourage her eating disorder, even giving her advice on gaining weight, and I say starving yourself is very bad for you. In this next screenshot, she says she used to be thick, but she self-nuked. I say you look the same, more or less. I guess you lost some weight, but I think both are attractive. In this next one, she says that she feels skinny fat. I say I don't agree, and I say that working out is good. In this next one, she sends me an image that says nothing tastes as good as skinny feels, and I say that's a sickening image. Now, for those who don't know, this is like it's like a pro-anorexia slogan, I guess you would call it. Here in this next screenshot, she asked me if I'd still like her if she gained weight, and I say yes. Here in this next one, I tell her explicitly
I don't know how many times we have to tell the women. As long as you're not morbidly obese, most guys are like, yeah, that's cool. All right, some more cushion for the pushing. What? We're all good. Like I know some tiny girls that's got some meat on her bones, and I'd be like, oh yeah, girl, I'm all about that. You know, it's like, I don't know. I feel like that it's not men that really like put this out there. I think it's more so women. I think women just tear each other down. Because think about it this way. Who are writing all the fat positivity magazines? Who was promoting skinny bitches? All of them have been women. All of them. Mirror, mirror on the wall. What the fuck did you lie to me type stuff? Yeah.
She should eat more food and drink protein shakes to gain weight. And I also tell her that gaining weight would be healthy for her, as well as saying, I just want you to be healthy. Here in this next one, I tell her that I find her sexy how she is, but that it could be healthy for her to gain 5 to 10 pounds. So this is now 7 instances of me actively discouraging her eating disorder, despite her lying and saying that I was egging it on. Now, one of the other allegations that Rowan has levied towards me is that I'm into age play. She's not alleging that I did it with her. She's alleging that I did it with another girl named Ellie, who I briefly talked to 2 years ago. Now, there's no proof whatsoever that I did anything close to age play, but I did text her about these allegations, and she clearly states that I've never done age play. An ex-girlfriend of mine named Kai, who I dated for 3 years, also publicly posted on Twitter saying that I never abused her and that we never did anything related to age play. So this brings the total counter up to 5 people: Rowan, Katie, Ellie, Kai, and another random girl I banged a year ago named Maddie, who for some reason came out in the midst of all of this to post pictures of herself in my house. And all of these people say that I never was into this fetish with them. The closest thing I've ever engaged in when it comes to age play is that sometimes girls do call me daddy during sex. It's a little embarrassing.
Okay. I don't know. I mean, again, it's been a while, but I've never been into that. And thankfully, I think there was only, God, I forget her name, but there was a girl in Seattle, after going out to the bars, who came home with me, and she said that. I didn't say anything, but I don't know. I'm not the biggest, like, call me daddy kind of dude. Like, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. If you're into it, guys, like, good for you. I don't know. To me, it just sounds weird.
Given that I am me. I accept that it's something people are going to see as a little bit strange. All I can really do at this point is accept that it's something that I've done, and I think that Rowan should accept it about herself too, given that she also called me daddy during sex and over text repeatedly. In the same vein as this accusation, Rowan stated, one more thing to add I thought was odd. Never really expressed any interest in Hello Kitty or that type of e-girl stuff, but I had like one Hello Kitty figure in my car. As a gift, Tom bought me Hello Kitty pajamas and a bunch of Hello Kitty stuff. So Rowan essentially wants you to believe that I'm pushing Hello Kitty onto her as if I have some kind of weird fascination with it, but the truth is that I am a 23-year-old man and I don't give a fuck about Hello Kitty, okay? The only reason I bought her anything Hello Kitty themed.
That means he's also not a brony, which is another plus.
At all, which was once, by the way, was because she frequently expressed interest in it. Here she is sending me a photo with a Hello Kitty figurine next to her printer. Here she is sending me a photo with a hand-drawn and colored Hello Kitty image on her wall. Yeah, she made these herself. Here.
Man, Smash JT says this all the time. And usually he's not talking about, stuff like this, but it's always projection. It's always projection. All the things that I hate about myself and that I do, I'm going to accuse someone else of doing so. That is all it is. Pure, unfiltered projection here. That's what all these accusations are. It was not only projection, but it was also becoming the victim for attention. Because I've said it once, I'll say it again. It's one of the few things like the red pill community gets right, is that a woman's currency is attention, whether it's good or bad.
In regards to her decorating my room, she says, "No Hello Kitty," with a frowny face, and I say, "Correct." And something interesting about these texts is that she shows that she has a poster of the movie Lolita on her wall. I wonder what the movie Lolita could possibly be about. This film is about a middle-aged professor who is sexually attracted to adolescent girls he calls nymphettes. He rents a room in the house of a young widow to get closer to her 14-year-old daughter, Dolores Hayes Lowe, whom he calls Lolita.
By the way, Lolita, if I'm remembering correctly, was the name of one of Jeffrey Epstein's planes. Like his private jet was called that. They called it the Lolita Express, I believe. Fact check me on that. I heard that the other day.
Obsessed with the girl, he eventually gains control over her after he takes her cross-country with him. Rowan even says that I should watch this movie, to which I reply that I feel like it's a movie adult men aren't supposed to see. In this next screenshot, Rowan asks me, if I start dressing like a weird Hello Kitty e-girl, would you still fuck with me? And I replied, no, I don't want you to do that. I find it kind of repulsive. Here, Rowan is texting me upset that she has to take down all of the Hello Kitties from her dorm room. And this next one is probably the strangest reference to Hello Kitty out of all of them. Here, she's sending me a video that says, "Get you a man that takes you to the Hello Kitty hotel." And under it, she writes, "Imagine the rape here." And I say, I will not imagine. Now,
what is with her obsession, like with with saying rape like over and over again, especially when he is like, he hasn't like completely made the boundary of, hey, I'm uncomfortable with you like calling our bedroom antics that, but he clearly heavily hinted on it. Like, the thing is, it sounds like to me that she, at least bedroom wise, she didn't really care about his thoughts. And that's just me speculating. That's just me speculating that it's his life and it's a lot for someone to put all of this out there. So thank you, Mr. Tom, for putting this out there. I know it wasn't easy. And then there's idiots like me that is going to comment on it and, be in hindsight, man. But yeah, this is not easy, but I will say he tore her down 3 ways from sideways. No one's ever going to take her seriously ever again, at least online.
With some of the more insane projections and lies out of the way, I'd like to get into some strange details that Rowan also decided to lie about for whatever reason she may have. One thing that a lot of people pointed out that's strange is that Rowan had taken a photo of us matching on Tinder before we met in person.
Yeah, I took a picture of the match because I could kind of tell there was like something weird about this guy. Like I didn't know if he was famous or whatever. And also I did that to other people as well on Tinder.
Just like everybody you meshed with to like gossip with, like girlfriends?
Yeah, like a couple of them. But yeah, he seemed like kind of weird. So I took pictures of our match.
She's also stated repeatedly that she's not a very online person multiple times throughout her testimony. But the wild thing about this is Rowan had sent me a message on my YouTube connected Instagram all the way back on February 21st of 2024, 15 months before matching me on Tinder, where she said, "You have to do a video on this crazy guy on Twitter who only has like 3,000 followers, but this man is a menace." I even confronted her about this when we first hung out because I found it very strange that she lied to my face when she first met me and said she didn't know who I was. I said, "Hey, I looked at our messages on Instagram and saw you DM me over a year ago." Rowan said, "Oops, yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't want to tell you, but I watched one of your vids a while ago and thought you were cute, but I thought it would be awkward." I responded, "That's okay. I was just surprised." She replied, "I know I probably look crazy." I said, "I mean, a little bit. It's okay. I just wish you told me. That's all." She answered, "I didn't want to because I thought it would be weird. I'm sorry." Kind of lied about some stuff. I was like a niche internet micro celebrity on Twitter for a little bit too. I'm chronically online and didn't want to admit it, lol.
I'm not chronically online. Pull up the receipts. I love receipts so much. I know I'm not doing a lot of commentary here, but holy fucking shit. It's just, and we're seeing it more and more and more, especially after the whole Johnny Depp fiasco stuff. Like, men are taking a stand, being like, okay, we are not tolerating this bullshit anymore. just because you feel like something happened doesn't mean it actually happened. Like, there's a reason. I forget who it was. I forget. They prefer texting over anything else because they have a ledger of what happened. Like, if you call someone, all you know is that a call happened. It doesn't give you any words or context behind the call. Text messages, literally documented evidence of what you and someone else said. So when contacting bitches, I mean, I haven't done that in a long time. Yeah, I do prefer text messages just so that, like, everything's written down. don't at me, and if you do, have the receipts.
I've gotten better about it. Once again, this is just another detail that it doesn't even make sense to publicly lie about, but it's just one of those things that makes me question her intentions throughout the entire relationship looking back. Publicly, she's also misrepresented the end of our relationship. In the interview, it stated that our breakup took place in December, and that after that, she realized how bad it was, and she felt the need to contact Katie, who we're gonna get into later. This is blatantly untrue. We broke up on January 10th of this year, 2026, and she began posting about me on January 14th, literally days later. She says the breakup was kind of mutual, an idea that is just bitterly ironic because that's not the case. Immediately after I told Rowan that I wanted to break up with her, she began threatening to post about me online, and even began attempting to blackmail me into having sex with her again. I don't know what you want me to say to you. I just want to move on from our relationship and have you go be in your...
Wait, did he recorded that? See, the flip side of this, if you recorded it, then it happened. Then you know the context.
Your corner, you can meet other guys and it'll be fine. I'll go meet other girls. We'll just break... We'll break up.
No, you won't, because I'm gonna make it hard for you to ever be in a relationship.
Why?
I'm gonna make your life harder after we break up. I bet you she didn't know that she's being recorded. Hey, say all you want about Texas. At least you're allowed to record someone in Texas, and it's only a one-party consent.
Because you don't deserve one.
Why?
Because you're a piece of shit.
Why?
Because our whole relationship, you act like everything is all about you the whole time.
Okay.
You don't give a fuck. You're just an awful guy, and I'm so sorry that your mom raised you. She seemed like a nice lady, but clearly she did something very wrong.
Based on what?
Okay, Rowan, I just want to move on and have my life, and you'll move on and have your life. And we can be in our own corners. We don't have to do damage to each other. We don't have to cause each other any more anguish, okay?
I just want to see you again, though.
Threaten him. Say he's a horrible person. Say that his mom didn't do a good job. Then follows up with, I just want to see you again. Like, she has no control over her emotions whatsoever.
Do you think we'll ever be able to see each other?
After the way these conversations have gone today, I really don't think so.
Why?
Because you're like threatening to blackmail me.
I'm not. Well, if you don't come see me, then I will.
I stated blatantly that I did not want to have sex with her. I didn't want to be with her anymore. I just wanted out of the relationship. This is something she was completely unwilling to accept. And that's why after I stopped talking to her, she proceeded to call me over 30 times and texted me 80 times with no response.
Holy crap. If you don't talk to me or listen to me, just say that don't waste my time. You need to apologize. I also need $900 back from my flight to Maine because it was a waste of money, apparently. Goodbye, Tom. Good luck impressing the next BPD, bipolar disorder, with your limp D. I have screenshots of you talking about Ellie and how your D pics were going to be put all over the internet. You're literally such an retard. Tell your friend from Dallas to hit me up. My question is, why string me along so long and you didn't love me when you didn't? Holy crap. Okay. And Tom says, it became clear to me that some point that this would be the response I would get if I were to break up with you. And I've been dreading that slowly. Okay. Yeah. All right. All right. That does make a little bit more sense of why he stayed with her for as long as he did. Sometimes you're more afraid of the breakup than you are of the relationship. I can totally get that. Considering you just told me you were talking to other guys over the phone and you just threatened to post about me publicly, realistically, I can't trust you anyway. Holy shit. And this keeps going. Is that why you didn't break up with me? Because you were scared I would say some wild, dumb stuff? It said you did. That's so pussy, brah. I see why you didn't want me to look you up because TS is so bad. I don't know what that means. You're literally just as bad as the people you make videos about, like fucking a Belle Delphine impersonator and getting your D leaked is crazy, and then telling your girlfriend about it, expecting sympathy. What? Huh? Have some. Well, yeah, like no one wants their D online unless like they want it online. Because if a guy wants his D online, he knows where to post it. I will tell you guys, if they want their D online, they know where to post it legally. Have some self-awareness. You're really just an overgrown man-child in some ways. And the thing is, he's not saying anything. That's the recently type shit. Oh, okay. Type shit. All right. You learn something new every day. Ohio impressed. I don't understand what that means. Also, I need my money back because you should have told me before trip to break up with me. You literally sit at home all day, so nothing, have no hobbies except for gym and video games, have a high body count, but you think you're this high value man. It's crazy. He's not saying anything. The man is being smart and not saying anything. I know whichever girl is unfortunate enough to get into a relationship with you next will go through the same thing I did because you're actually so emotionless and mean. Also, you're like mad chopped in the face. I had to look past it. I'm done being a hater. You have a lawyer. You can't record me without consent. If you live in Texas, yes, you can. Even if the state that you are in is two-party consent, I'm sorry, in Texas, that wins. And that's one in the Supreme Court. Posting text screenshots isn't illegal, dumbass. Good luck trying to sue me for posting text message conversations on a public website. You're literally so stupid, Tom. He's still not saying anything. I should have gone to the police right away, but I have evidence. I told my roommate after, as well as my friend Sophia. You can't even deny it because type shit for real happened. And you said word for word, I like hurting you. I still remember because of how fucked it felt. I'm getting no contact order. Oh my God, she's the one getting no contact order? What are we talking about? It will go on your record. You're a fucking narcissist. I also got a lawyer. I hated having to tell my mom. You're generally a horrible human being. I never loved you. I just loved the idea of you. Jesus Christ. Like, remember that video that we saw? It's like, a man will accidentally hurt you. A woman has every intention to hurt you if you get hurt. Yeah, this is what that is. I'm going to the courthouse in Washington County, I believe. Waco. I don't know what that is. I do recognize it though. When I get there and ordering a temporary restraining order due to past threats you have made against me, it might go to a real court in which both of us will have to appear. Bitch is obsessed. I'm going to threaten you. Anything for attention. Anything for attention. Please message me, Tom. Please contact me. I'm freaking out. I'm not getting the attention. I'm not getting the validation. Where are you, Tom? Where are you? Like, that's what that is. Not to be an armchair psychiatrist. And remember, I'm a semi-retarded YouTuber. That's all I am. But holy fuck. Like, I've only had one main crazy bitch. Man, I need to send my first crazy bitch flowers because I never got any of this shit. Like, I'm like, hey, I've never mentioned your name to people, but you're my crazy bitch story. Here's some flowers. Here's a check for $150. Like, I really sorry because I have seen crazier than you. You seem very normal after this.
She is publicly claiming to be a victim of sexual abuse while begging me to fuck her again.
Like, you've done all this, like, weird shit. Like, I don't like it. Like, you're so weird. You treat me badly, especially during sex. And, like, over the phone, I just listed everything that he had done wrong. And he was like, well, you can leave me if you want. And I was like, yeah, I think I'm going to leave you. That's basically what happened.
But there was no, like, specific, like, did you guys talk at all between breaking up and then?
Tom and I?
Yeah.
I don't believe so, because I blocked him.
Even this detail is also so insane. While it is true that once she started to lose her mind, I did stop talking to her, she continued speaking at me, alternating between begging me to forgive her for breaking up with her, saying she wanted to have sex with me again, and sending me psychotic text messages filled with lies that she came up with once I dumped her. Now, with Rowan dealt with, the next person I'd like to address is Clorox Katie. Katie's a girl I had a brief sexual relationship with 2 years ago, and she began posting about me on the same day as Rowan. Now, back when we were hanging out, she flew all the way from California to Maine to hang out with me twice. In the interview, she describes her time with me as the worst experience of her life.
And then you fly back, and how did that go? How long did you
Horrible. That was the worst experience of my life, I think.
And she also took to the forum to make some posts about me. Yes, Tom is extremely harsh during sex. I've been down the kink roads in my life, and how he acts is actually just evil and almost sadistic. Not even kinked up, just actually a Patrick Bateman type gooner. When asked how things between us ended, here is what she had to say. I just truly thought he was a cringe who definitely was going to beat me later if I stayed around. We only had a 2-month fling, but even my insane ass was scared of how he acted, and he was also just stupid. I hated conversation with him. He was just extremely weird to me and also evil as fuck during sex. Naturally, people asked her why she hadn't reported me to the police, and her response was, I thought about the police and looked into it, but again, it being across my own state lines and in Maine, it would have had to been filed there, and I lived on the opposite side of the country, so it just didn't seem feasible. These claims are once again so absurd to me that the best way to dispel them is to just look through our messages together.
Believe all women, people. Believe all women. They're totally not emotional states of chaos at all times.
In these 2 DMs, you see that Katie comes to visit me for the first time on January 20th and leaves on January 23rd. She comes to visit me, she says she's excited, she then goes home, and after leaving my house the first time, she immediately texted me saying, I had so much fun, Tom, you can kidnap me whenever. I feel so alone in my bed.
Why do all these women want you to kidnap them? Amongst other things. Tom, what are you doing? What are your secrets, Tom? Is it the turkey?
She then says that she has to come back. Now, days after coming the first time, she sends me nudes. Once again, this is kind of a weird thing to send to somebody that you're claiming is recording sex with you without your consent. Why would you send this person nudes? She then sends me nudes a second time, says she needs it, says so starved, so deprived, and she says that she misses me so much. I say, let's hang out in March. She says I'm down, but waiting until March will be so hard. On February 1st, Katie says that she misses me. On February 2nd, she slides up on my story and says she is counting down the days until she can see me again. She then says that she needs to see me ASAP, and she misses all the things about me. On February 4th, she says she wishes that she woke up cuddling me. On February 8th, she says she wants to have sex with me again. Once again, this is after the first time we hung out. February 18th, she says she's going to swallow me, and she then sends me naked photos of herself willingly. Keep in mind, once again, she's accusing me of recording sex with her without her consent, and then she keeps sending me naked photos of herself. She even sent me a video, by the way. She says, I need you right meow. I need you ASAP. February 22nd and February 24th, we have I miss you and are you home yet?
I had a crazy chick before. I was out with friends, and she showed up at my house, and the next day, and stuff went down. Yeah. I could probably piece together a few things that happened. Potentially the police were called. If he doesn't play Magic Stick 50 Cent at the end of the video, oh God. He's a YouTuber, so no, he didn't do that. Then again, I don't know if his video was monetized, because with all the sexually explicit stuff, it would be yellow dollared anyways. So it wouldn't surprise me if he didn't monetize it.
February 28th, she slides up on my story and says, I'm going to suck you so good. She then says, I need to see you now more than ever. Lots of hugs and hot sex. On March 2nd, she says, I like you lots. And I reciprocate. She says she can't wait to see me again. She then says that she's excited to see me that coming Saturday. In the next screenshot, I say, your pussy's going to be so sore. And Katie responds with, good thing we had to wait a while, because then I can take a beating. She then says, I'm ready for you to throw me around. Now, when we were discussing how many days she would want to stay, she says, as long as you want, and that we'll have so much sex and party so hard. And she then once again expresses how excited she is. On March 7th, she sends me a barrage of unsolicited sexual photos, including her with BDSM leather on her butt. On March 8th, she says all she can think about is me, and she can't wait for my dick to be down her throat. And on March 10th at 7 in the morning, which is 4 a.m. her time, she says that she is so excited to see me that she cannot sleep. Now, with the Instagram messages out of the way, we can move on to the text messages. So on March 10th, this is the second visit, right? Prior to getting there, she says that she is starving for me. Now, March 15th, this is when she leaves. She says,
You have my toothbrush, LOL. Wow, looks like I just have to come back. It's so over. So over. My fancy ass toothbrush, shake my head. It is in the fucking bitch. What? Oh, okay.
Still have her toothbrush, but that I have to let her come back. Now, keep in mind, Katie, in her own words, said that this second time visiting me was the worst experience of her entire life.
How long did you
Horrible. That was the worst experience of my life, I think.
She basically describes being physically abused in the interview. She even says that while we were having sex, she would ask me to stop doing something, and I wouldn't. But that did not happen. You may also recall her stating that she ended things with me because I was such an insufferable person to be around. She claims that after the second trip, she began to realize she was a victim.
Yeah, and that's kind of like when things really started piecing together to me that I was like, wait, I think I am a victim right now. Like something's not right here.
And her
God, the victim complex is virtue signaling victim complex. That like this shit needs to be studied. Why isn't this studied? Like billions of dollars went into trying to trans children. And we can't look into why bitches be crazy? Like a little bit more time on that? That'd be great.
In her words, this is why she stopped talking to me. She says that she was scared of me. She says she was scared that I would beat her. Well, on March 20th, which is after the second visit, she texted me saying, Tom, I really like spending time with you, but I'm kind of worried about if you actually like me or just using me. Lol. I'm just BPDing, and so I'm tweaking and need reassurance. Are you just having fun with me or do we have something? To which I respond, well, I like you and I think you're cool and perhaps we even have something. However, I would make a bad boyfriend, so I don't really want to date anyone officially, I guess. Yeah. I was abundantly clear with my intentions with her. I did not want anything serious at that time. But apparently, this is the period she began to realize the true extent of my abuse, which is probably why after we had already hung out the second time, Katie tried.
This kind of reminds me of like, I mean, I have a short out there from when I was reacting to Jake Monroe's video on women, and where I said that you need to practice saying no to women. And it's really funny because I just kind of thought about this. You know how like the worst thing that she can say is no, right? And shit like this happens if like you say no. So no matter what, if you approach a woman, she can destroy your life. if like even if you say no, even if she says no. And then on the other front, if you're uncomfortable with something, you say no, she will still try to destroy your life. It's a lose-lose situation. God, like what? How did we get here? How the hell? Pan left.
Tries to arrange a third meeting with me, saying she wishes that she was in Ohio, where I was at the time, and I did not reciprocate. After this proposition, she slid up on my Instagram story 12 times over the next 10 months, and I did not slide up on her story once, not a single time. So ask yourself.
I do not use Instagram. I do not understand Instagram. I don't know. Well, also, clearly, I'm more private than I definitely used to be. So, yeah. But I technically do have an Instagram on my IRL, but there's like nothing there.
Do these texts sound like a girl texting a guy that she finds evil and sadistic, a guy that she was even debating going to the police about? Because to me, it seems crystal clear that she enjoyed our time together and even wanted to hang out a third time. You gotta keep in mind here, she flew across the entire North American continent twice, from California to Maine to see me. After the second time, she wanted me to be her boyfriend. I didn't want to, and she then repeatedly made efforts to contact me and hang out with me again. Now to close.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of long distance. Like, I mean, for those who do long distance and able to make it work and then get together in the end, yeah, hey, good for you. But just as a rule in general, no, I am not into long distance. If you're over 2 hours away from a 2-hour drive away, I'm usually not going to put effort into it. I'm just not, and that's just me.
Off the video, I think I'd like to share some interesting text that Rowan sent me about her dear friend Katie, as they're both accusing me of, I mean, whatever it is they're even trying to say at this point. After she saw that I was following Katie on Instagram, she messaged me on December 8th saying, did you know Clorox Katie tried to fuck Jet Neptune? Those girls too make themselves easy targets with the hair and piercings because they have sexual trauma. She then says, they complain about sexual assault a lot because they will fuck anything that breathes. 1 month and 2 days later, I broke up with Rowan, and in the middle of her unhinged tirade about me, she told me that she would be messaging as many girls I had been with as possible to try and find whatever dirt she could so that she could run to the internet about it. Now, I've seen a lot of people say things to the effect of, Tom's a hypocrite, he gooned. And you're right, I did goon, okay?
He gooned too close to the sun. I mean, the thing is, I totally get it, man. I totally do. Like, sounded like a fun time. But damn, dude, like, I've seen more red, like, dude, she has more red flags than China.
I did not stop gooning. So maybe in the end, the hats are more relevant than ever. Anyway, that's about it. I've said everything I need to. Goodbye.
Okay, that was a long one, guys. Pause.
Massive day for the unemployed.
Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. It's been a long stream, been almost 5 hours of streaming. It's been fucking fantastic. I've had such a good time. You know what? Let's send 5 more memberships to the community's way. Okay, let's see who gets them. John, Jesse the Dang, Shadow Imagery.
Shit!
Okay.
Shit! 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 I just got triggered.
Damn it. Didn't really go to anybody like in the chat. Yeah, and also remember before we go, we close out with credits, and we are going to be rating Mr. Smash JT, who is streaming right now. So here are the credits so that you can observe all the people that commented in the stream. And remember that you are somebody, I am nobody, and I hope you have a fantastic evening.
We've laughed all night, we've had our fun, but every stream must see its sun. From games and jokes to stories told, you've been the spark, the heart, the gold.
The lights go dim, the clock runs late, it's time to close.